Alright, good day everybody. Hopefully today we'll have better luck than yesterday with the stream stability. So yeah, we had a lot of stream issues yesterday with the connection. In case it happens today, I already pre-planned a replacement stream and I pinned it in the YouTube chat. So if the stream dies over on YouTube, click that link. And that is where I'll restart. And hopefully it won't take as much time because I've already set it up ahead of time. But let's even more hope that we won't have to use it at all. Is this the finale? Well, it's the final weekend, I hope. So let's say yes. Let's be optimistic here. I mean, yesterday's stream was kind of a little bit all over the place with trying to set this base up and get it all started. And it didn't really help that the stream got disconnected like at least 2 times and there were quality issues and whatnot. It is kind of distracting. Nevertheless though, we got it up. We got the fish-powered nuclear power plant. Of course you can have fish on Aquilo. The way oversized nuclear power plant because, well, that is the minimum size I could fit a comfortable amount of fish in. We got the power and excess heat which goes all across the base, even all the way out to the far distances. At the moment this heat pipe is 266 degrees, it is just powered from the center on out. So we'll see if that if we can pull that off without setting up individual heat networks at the resource islands. And of course we got the base built, some of it's already producing, these tanks are filling up, the backup ice cube chests are filling up, which means these water tanks for backup nuclear power are full in case this stops producing. And we've got the ice to keep on making science for a while, even if we are not consuming enough ammonia for rocket fuel or whatever. So these huge buffers kinda should make sure we can sway a little bit either way in terms of ice overproduction or ammonia overproduction. On average, we should be overproducing ice, so we've got ice recyclers. We don't have ammonia voiders here though. We could make that, we have it over here. This just basically voids ammonia. But technically we shouldn't need it over here. We set up everything yesterday. And then the stream randomly died just as we were about to make the cryogenic plants, so that's where we left off. It's the only thing we're missing right now. 13 cryogenic plants for the science packs and the fluids and the lithium. And I suppose 3 infinity pipes, but of course we need to, that's just a marker for which resource needs to go in which pipe for myself. So we left off over here where I had this stuff in my inventory already to set up lithium production. That's what we're gonna start with. The only thing I did off cam is I organized my chest a little bit, alright? It was a giant mess. Now it's nice and organized. I got my handcrafting resources, my inventory, the beacon and the modules, the stuff which we will use to make the cryogenic plants is sorted out, and we got the concrete, some extra rocket fuel, etc. For the rest I didn't do anything. Make it more efficient, the efficiency modules on the phone. It looks like I need some reliability modules. I don't think those exist in the game. A reliability module. Oh, no. Somebody should not make a mod like that. Imagine a mod that adds maintenance to every single building in Factorio. This would be absolute hell. No, that's a bad idea. I didn't say that. Zip! Where is that man in black zapper when I need it? Nobody heard about that, alright? Let's reload back to a previous moment in time. Nobody caught that. We get started. It's between 999 and 1001 times science time. Approximately. Okay, what we want to do is we want to get rid of this mech armor research. Our main goal is to start on the Aquilo science. Doesn't mean we necessarily abandon the mech armor. I guess we can still finish the research of this while we are flying to the solar system edge. We won't need it in the spaceship. They even took away the ability for me to glitch my way out of the cockpit. So I cannot actually fly around in space anyway. For now though, we don't have Aquilo science, so this is the quote-unquote placeholder technology we have to deal with. Right, let's grab that stuff. And let's go work on lithium, right? Alright, so I brought over 2 qualities of holmium ore to make into lithium. I suppose I brought over 3. Does not really seem like a place for 3 quality things. I think we'll hold off on that. I have only 100 rare holmium plates, I think. That could become like 1,000 lithium though. Okay, well, let's first try to get something set up. I think I imagined the heat pipe to just go straight. And then we'll work around that. So we need that ammonia fluid and that lithium brine. Conveniently sandwiched in between. I'm just gonna try designing this as we go. Alright, so lithium should come from this side, I suppose. And ammonia is gonna come from over here somewhere. I'm not gonna make this into a beauty contest here. Alright, so we need heat pipes here for sure. That is going to heat up the ammonia, and then we have to figure this out. Oh wait, I was thinking we can just stash the lithium in chests, but we still need to smelt that into actual lithium plates. What we do want is quality modules in these. So this is going to get the regular quality holmium. This is going to get the uncommon quality holmium. So 25% of that should turn into rare plates on the go, and we're going to get a lot of uncommons out of that as well. How much is this producing anyway? 0.39 a second. I think we have 2 seconds crafting time on this guy. So that's half a second. But if we add productivity modules or quality modules, that's going to slow down. This is going to be slightly faster. The furnace is going to be slightly faster. That's alright. Freeze up. Alright. Sorry, that track was a little bit too unsettling for this early in the run, man. Alright, so what I want to do, I want to grab... Does it matter which lithium plate goes in where? I think it doesn't matter which quality we get out, we will just be smelting it all the same. And since the furnaces will be faster than the plants over here, we should be able to keep up. But actually that's not entirely true, because we are capped at rare quality. So I guess we want some separate furnace for rare quality, and just quality 1 and 2 out in here. I guess this is only quality 2. If rare quality comes out, that's alright. We can just stash it in a chest. I think we can just do something like this. Throw in some heat pipe. Still need some heat across the back of here. Alright, and then we need the rare quality guy coming out into a separate furnace. We want to be quick, we don't want to be... we don't want to make this too good looking. Let's just use the long-handled inserters to keep everything heated. Alright. I believe this inserter needs to be heated as well. So I guess we need to flip this. Alright. And I guess we don't really need to sort the lithium. We can basically grab it from both sides. We still need to defrost the plants. And I think we've got ourselves a setup over here. Pipes are the worst, man, to try and defrost. Alright, I think that's all we need. Why no furnace between the machines? Why would it need to be between the machines? It doesn't really matter where it is, does it? It just needs to be working without spending too much time on the design. I think we got it done. Let's save here. That is quali lithium. I think it's going to produce a lot of lithium. You get like 5 lithium from one holmium plate. Alright, so that's ammonia and holmium. Now we just need to connect the lithium brine. I guess we want productivity modules in here as well. Alright, that produces 1.13, this eats up 3.9. Yeah, I think we're gonna do the beacon thing. Let's add a couple sources. All of those go on a single beacon, I think. If we can figure out the heat network. Speed it back up. Alright, heat pipe can go through here. I guess we have to go around. Okay, we can go around here. I guess we just go around all the way. It doesn't really matter. Alright, now the beacon is working 6666. That's 30 lithium brine a second. With maximum productivity, so there is no end yield to this, this just runs out. So we do want the maximum amount of lithium. Hey, thanks Maki for the raid. I just started today. We are doing 1000 times science cost and we are on the last planet. We are supposed to finish this weekend, but we still haven't got Aquilo Science running and we have 4.5 million science packs to go through before we get to the edge, so it's gonna take some time still. Thanks for the shout out, Matja. I never do that. 24-hour stream? I hope not. We're gonna continue tomorrow. This is like a 3-part finale. Oh yeah, this one is not connected now. I guess we can just do this. Alright, so maybe it wouldn't hurt to plop down a couple tanks to have some extra. That should exactly be heated. No, the bottom one is not connected. You guys have too much eye for detail. I will have to draw a heat pipe there anyway, won't I? I mean, the Aquila science bag is not that difficult, but the entire shenanigans with the heat pipes, those are what make it challenging on this planet. Alright, we can hook up more of this later. We want the Aquila science pack to be up as soon as possible, so that's what we are gunning for. Alright, so we are gathering lithium already. Let's just... oh, that is the wrong stack. The wrong furnace. Let's grab whatever we have produced so far. That's a nice balance. 26 rare, 43 uncommon and 40 normal ones. Alright. That is running. Let's save that. I don't have the shortcut command. Alright. Whenever you finish the run, will you focus on the videos? I'm focusing on the videos already. I work during the weekdays, I work on the videos, and on the weekends I do the stream. It's pretty much impossible to do one thing all of the time. That just gets you burned out real fast. I'm probably gonna just stream other series which not necessarily will become edited series themselves like I did before, whilst keeping the same release schedule once every 2 weeks. It's a lot of work, man, to make the episodes. We got a little bit extra lithium here. I guess we can also throw all of that lithium in there. Dang it, I forgot the productivity modules for these furnaces. Oh well. I think we'll just temporarily snap an extra one in here. We'll use quality and throw that in there. Alright, I'm probably not gonna fail the run because I have 3 less lithium, quality lithium plates. Alright, so I guess it's time to... well, we need a little bit of time to get the lithium, but this is theoretically gonna be the rare lithium plants. Uncommons. And the common ones. So I want the other way around. Let's just do something comforting. We'll do some hand feeding, you know, to get the juice flowing. Let's make the 1000 rare logistics bots we brought over. Take no time at all. Right, so those are going to load the signs on the ship. What else would we possibly need? I think we were gonna make some regular big power poles. We only have rare ones. What do they actually cost? 5 steel, 4 iron, 2 copper. 5 steel. 4 iron. I got iron still. 2 copper. And the iron needs to be iron sticks. Alright. So that's 100 power poles. I guess we need some barrels. Okay, we can do barrels later. The power lines we need to set up the resources. Alright, so now we got 100 power lines. We need a lot of underground pipes as well. I think we'll just throw all of the iron ore in this chest so we can make more concrete, more iron for pipes. I think we're gonna switch that around a little. Let's make underground pipes. For that we need regular pipes and molten iron. I think I'm just gonna have to let this fill up a little. Right, that doesn't work in this game. On this planet. Forgot about that. Sure, let's just hand feed it, man. We need one set of pipes. This is gonna be super fast, I'm pretty sure. It's gonna be faster than I can keep up with. Taking out with the inserters. It's faster than making the iron. That doesn't work in this game. Okay, we'll temporarily switch those out for speed. I think whoa. I need about, what, like 500? Maybe. Let's start at 500 underground pipes. They just appear instantly now. Okay, now the iron ore is not keeping up. Okay, that is more than 500. 340 pipes go in there. Okay, that's probably going to be enough pipes. I transformed all my pipes into undergrounds by now. I think we just change this back to pipe and just let it do its thing. Alright. Back to being energy efficient. That ought to be enough pipes, I think. We need mostly undergrounds. These we only need for the connections, so I guess we'll just continue making concrete for now. We'll throw the pipes and the undergrounds in here for now. Right. Let's go check if we already have enough lithium to make those 13 missing plants. A little bit in there. A little bit in there. Alright, 42, 150. Let's grab all of these. Alright, I think we just should set it up. Alright, cryogenic plants. All three qualities. I suppose we want a chance to roll better quality for those, and those we cannot insert productivity, so there is no useful module we can put in there. Inputs. I suppose output. No fluids, just the stuff we brought over. So I guess let's organize that. Alright, this is correct. This is for the... I'm just gonna stuff that in there. Rare ones, except the holmium plates, goes in here. And the common ones goes in here. Now we just need to add the lithium plates. Let's pick them up one last time. We are looking for 13. Yeah, we're looking for 13 of them. After that, we just need to... How did we not get a single rare result since the last time we picked it up there? Anyway. Sure. Let's go. That is making the missing cryo plants. I don't think we'll need more cryo plants than the 13 rare ones that we are missing. This is going to account for 4 of them already. Broken inserter, yeah. Right, uncommons. Let's smash it full. And here we are actually gambling. 25% chance per plant to get a rare one. Hopefully we'll get some. And I guess here we only have a 2.5% chance to get a rare one. And like 22 or so % chance to get an uncommon. But now we just need to keep adding lithium. Okay, we got one rare one already. Now we just gotta keep adding lithium until we are ready. Okay. I think we've got concrete for these now. Right, so that is the last missing part in action. I don't think it will take very long until we've got 13 plants. And the only thing we need to do then is get the resources out there. We've already got 6. 7. 7, alright. Let's transfer over fuel cells and the bots. Wait, you added yourself? Yeah, I added myself. Okay, yes. Actually a broken heat pipe here. How did that happen? This has never been connected, it's 15 degrees. Not for long. Alright. I guess we should let the bots do that. I think we've got enough to request 100 per chest. Uh, 200, 400. It's 800. 1200. Yeah, we got more than 1200. This is where the landing pad should be. I already thought I was forgetting something. I think the time that the landing pad was nice at the origin of the map is over. Let's put the last piece into place. I don't have anything in my trash slots. Okay, I can safely put the bots in. Landing pad. That's gonna make a very important 2-second clip in the video of in half a year time. Alright, So fuel cells, we should request. I will set up the requests later in the ship step, I suppose. But if I put the bots in, they should start bringing the fuel cells. To the nuclear plants. Alright, so that's automated. Also, stashing these in here automated. We're just trashing them. Could make quality out of that, but this not important. Right. So now we're truly only missing the last 13 plants, and we need to set up resources. I'm too impatient to wait. So I'm grabbing more and more. Uh, 6, 11, 11. 2 more, come on. We can have those. I'm sure of it. This is going to be a rare result, I can feel it. See? I told you. This is going to be a rare result as well. Come on. Don't disappoint me. Disappoint me. Alright. You know what? We should just not focus on that. It's not important. Let's set up oil. 44 a second. 17. Okay, I think this is the richest. It's the one in the center usually. Alright, so how much oil can we get out of there? Of the 3 resources we need to connect, oil, fluorine and lithium brine. Oil has to be first, I think, because as soon as we have oil we can start making rocket fuel, which is needed to make the rocket parts, and we actually want to pre-produce a stash of that, I suppose. So let's start with oil. How much oil do we need? I got 3 of these plants and they consume 25 a second each. So we need 75 a second. This does 44 a second. Or does it? How am I gonna go with the oil pipe? Should be this one. Maybe just come down next to here. Draw up this heat pipe. Come down 1 tile further. And then we go past here. I guess we just follow the stupid zigzag for now. So we want to get to the other side. Something like that. We can beautify the base later. Now what we want to do is basically just get it working. Oh yeah, that's what I saw. That's 44 a second raw, but then we have mining productivity. It's already 58 a second. We don't care about the rate at which we deplete it. So we also don't want to use our best modules on it. Oil is kind of expendable. Something like that. I guess you can figure out which word I want. That's going to be 114 a second to start off with, so that's going to do it. We'll just connect it to over here. That is oil. 114 a second is more than we need. Of course it won't last. But it's more than we need to get started. And after we get started we can add the rest of the resources, I suppose. Who designed this stupid zigzag? I'm not gonna redesign this later, am I? This is just gonna stay. Where are those bots flying to? Ah, we are placing some of the oncoming plants, I see. Right. Suppose we put an adjacent heat pipe next to this. We need a couple more heat pipes. Okay, by this time I'm sure we have the missing lithium. We just got lucky already here. No? Alright, 36. That'll do. Alright, there we go. That's the last one. We have everything. If we're going to be building resources, we want all those underground pipes. And regular pipes. Guess we got some more. I have no idea how many we'll need. Let's just take a lot. That's maybe a little bit over the top much. We'll take 500. We also need ice platforms. Concrete, let's take it from the chest that is open. And heat pipes. Not that many heat pipes actually, but... Alright. How many rares do we need? I think we've got enough right now. Alright, I'm gonna move that one over. Alright. So the moment I put down this pipe, we should be starting rocket fuel. Let's see how it's going. Yeah, these storage tanks are absolutely full now, which means we are not producing any ice, which means we cannot make science, which requires ice. But that's why these buffer chests are here. If that happens for a while, we will still continue to produce science and power, importantly. Normally that shouldn't really happen though, because rocket fuel consumes more ammonia than we are producing, and we should have ice in excess instead of ammonia in excess. So let's see once we switch this on if those tanks go down again. Rocket fuel, and that's the first of the 3 resources which need to be connected, and once they're all 3 connected we should be making science already. So there we go, solid fuel. That's rocket fuel. That goes on the belt. Looks like I got some extra buffer chests in there. Okay, so that's all going to go into these chests. And then the bots will distribute it to the rocket silos. So that should be good. I guess next thing we want is fluorine. So we can start making the fluoroketone. I think I'm still butchering that. How long did it take you to finish this playthrough? Less than 550 hours. And if I finish it by tomorrow, if I finish it by tomorrow, then it will have been exactly 1 year. Alright. That should also be the last of these plants. I hope I have the Mark III modules. Okay, I do. Nice. 34 remaining. I have more time on the editor. Like in real life, it was a 1 year playthrough, and in game time, actual playtime, apart from designing, 522 hours. I think it could be done faster, despite having. I had designs graphed all the time at the value I wanted. But I think it's possible to do more SPM if you take Mark III productivity modules into account from the beginning. I could have extracted 2700 SPM instead of 1800 from Novice. I'm not really sure though it would have been practical to do Vulcanus 1.5 times the size. That already was a monster project. But this is only half of it. We got another set of trains coming in from the other side. Those would have had to be 9 high. And all of this would have had to be bigger as well. I guess it's still possible. Right, no distractions. We need to get... I can get distracted. I can relax. I'm gonna pop open a cold one once science is running. But now we gotta go. Gotta go. We don't have time for nothing. Let's get that fluoroketone fluid flowing. If I was smart enough to save some lithium, I could have started it up already ahead of time, but... oh well. I've been going against the chunk border with my heat pipes since basically forever. Actually not... I have to say it's not too bad to do this without the mech armor. Let's grab the fluorine, I believe it's called. Oh, there goes the heat, which was just transferred into those pipes. Pretty expensive, but alright. Alright, so let's mark that down. Minimum for the rest of the game. So that is what we need to take into account. This is too expensive though. I think we have excess power. Alright, let's take this down. This is 295%. Which means 2.95 units per second. We need to get that up to 14.8. If we can get 14.8, we should have enough. So at the moment it does 3.84. 3.84 because we got 30% mining productivity, I presume. Yeah, that's 3.84. So we need to bump the mining speed up by a factor of about 4. Mining speed now is 1 per second. So with speed modules, it becomes already 2 per second. I think the beacon should be more powerful, so if we add a speed beacon to the back of it, we should exceed 4 per second. But we cannot see that until we power it, so let's bring in some power lines. Where is the pipe gonna be? Pipe is gonna be... Why is the pipe going to the south? I know, this is the fluorine pipe, right? I guess we'll do the power at the back then. Okay, fluorine is producing in this pump. We got 14.5, we need 14.8. Do we though? We have a little bit excess. And I can probably like bump up one of these sources to be faster. Right, so these are the two richest patches. 375, 320, this was 295. This is less than 3 as well. So I guess if I just make sure 2 beacons hit these middle guys. Each. Something like this. Then these will be even faster, and that will be all the fluorine I need for the entire until eternity, because presumably this has an end yield the same as oil, 1/5 of its starting capacity. If not, then then this is not going to work. If we do, so hard to see with the. Okay, we gotta do it on this side. Guess we can go across the back here. I guess we'll power line it up. That doesn't work. Okay, I guess we're also going over the top then. And speed. So we don't care about productivity at all. We don't want to extract the maximum over time. We just want to extract the maximum per second and get down to the minimum yield as soon as possible, because that's what we're calculating with anyway. Alright, then we just need one more beacon for these 2 guys in the back. Something as such. Heat pipes are so annoying, man. Alright, it's working though. That should be all the fluorine we will ever need. And now it just needs to go out on this line somehow. Means this might as well just be a full pipe. Okay, I think I want to put radars on these islands. Do I? We're going to be scanning more terrain, but I suppose that's fine. I do want to see what's going on my islands. If I put it in there, we'll be able to see the temperature of this pipe. 140 degrees. Right, so we have the temperature we need at the moment to mine that fluorine, that lithium brine over there. Alright, this goes through here as well. So that should be fluorine. If I got some lithium, we can start making some gas. So I'm gonna grab... I have lithium. I just mined some. Alright, let's just put that in here. And that should be fluorine. Except it's not connected, because I didn't draw the pipe down. Is this a hand-fed heaven base? Oh, hydrate. I didn't see that. Oh, okay, we had a... are we still online? The stream is still going, right? Yeah, looks like we had a lapse in upload speed. Holy moly, that was a big one. Are we having a lot of connection issues, or is it alright? It's a bit bumpy. Could put a regular raider. But I would have to handcraft a regular raider. I cannot handcraft in this series. I'm sorry. We have standards here. Alright, so now I can have my glorious save for fluorine. There we go, we're making the hot fluid. We're cooling the fluid. Extremely fast. Sounds like a machine gun. And then we can put it in barrels later to put on the spaceship for the fusion reactor. Should already be in here as well. So ice is in there, fluoroketone is in there. We just need the lithium plates now. So let's just not waste time. We keep going, we keep going. We don't waste time on this channel. Oh no. This might be too long of a pipeline. I'm gonna want to... Let's make a blueprint. Alright, but you know what? We'll first draw power out. We already cannot do that. I guess we have the pipe on the outside, so we got to go with the power to the inside here, or we cannot turn with the pipe. Oh, this is a large distance, man. I guess we also put a radar on here. I guess we'll discover new resources out there as well. Alright, so these just have fixed values underneath and just run out like a mining drill, as far as I know. So we can actually check that down here. I think these are all mining at the same speed. Yeah, 6.05 per second for all of them. With the Mark III speed. So here we basically, what we want is, we need to extract 52 per second or more. Which means I want 9 of these up. If I do it this way. This is actually then the lithium brine is the only place where we care about the rare palm jacks. The other ones, the rare palm jacks don't actually have value, since we're gonna go to minimum anyway. But here it has value because this is a finite amount. It goes down to 0 and then it runs out and doesn't produce anymore. So here we do care about the rare ones. So I want to set up like 10 of those. Let's say 10. And to get started, it doesn't really matter which 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Put productivity, and then we want at least one. Okay, I do have the modules everywhere. We want at least one one beacon touching every setup. Okay, that could be these three. We still can heat pipe in here and here. That could be 4 in the middle. And we can do these 3 down here or something. Okay, that kind of has to be here then. Four, 3, and 3. Alright, that's decent. Let's see if we can somehow hook it all up together. Without destroying the heat pipe infrastructure. We'll bring the pipes up first. What is the heat source? Yeah, the heat source is nuclear. And this might be stretching it. The heat is in there, but I'm not sure this is all going to consume heat, and I'm not sure we can transfer heat through this giant pipe out fast enough. That might not be happening. Alright. Now we can make this turn here. Pipe length 249 of 320. So we're still alright. Okay, the temperature in this heat pipe is going down now that we are connected to... now that the underground pipeline is sapping heat. We'll have to set up a test or something, like some benchmark values, and see if it's going up or down or whatever. Let's first try to see how all of this could possibly connect. Heat pipes go through and around. We can add later. Okay, that's not going to work. I don't want to connect it to the actual heat grid just yet, because picking up and deconstructing all these heat pipes just takes a lot of heat away from the system. Okay, we're gonna have to come up on the right side of this pipe. Somewhere in there. I guess that is probably gonna be a given. Right. It is so hard to see with the symbols on top, man. Okay, I'm gonna connect it to the heat grid. I just hope I won't have to deconstruct too much, because this is just not really visible. Maybe I have to design it with ghost placements or something. That could potentially help. Okay, this is not going to work already. We need a heat pipe to come in here then. Let's just bring it out to the side immediately. We'll just bring this in through. Okay, there goes that guaranteed heat pipe idea. Right, so now we can, this can be underground then. So this could be connected to here. Here the heat pipe can go through. Alright, so far. Alright. I don't really care about it being hyper efficient. It's not close to hyper efficient. I just want it to get working. There's a beacon out there. That's all we need. So I think we'll just do this for here. This pipe is already heated. That should be good. That's filling some power lines in there. All right. I guess we were already producing brine, so I can't really measure that, but that should be 60 per second, which is about 20% more than we need. It's pretty slow to fill up these pipes though. 8.5 million. Let's note these values. 2.6. So probably in the end I'm gonna have to make some system where the richest ones will be preserved, maybe? I don't know yet how that's gonna go. Well, 16, 88%. That might have dropped already a little, but order of magnitude stuff, it's alright. Right, then I think we're ready to start producing signs. If only this radar was heated, we would see something. I guess it's heated now. Pipe length 269 out of 320. Okay, this guy is still getting heat added into it somehow. 83 degrees, 41 degrees. This pipe is dropping though. That pipe is dropping. Okay, let's mark a couple ones. So this one is 41.4. This one where it all connects is 94 at the moment. 94.0. I guess we can just take this one. This one's going down as well. That's not a good sign. It's 338. And I guess we got this guy over here. It's about the same, I suppose. 424. Say 425, it's falling. Okay, so now we just check back those 4 temperatures after a while and see how it's going. This one actually looks stable. Okay, we'll see. We'll have to wait a little bit to see how that will evolve. I think though, before we leave this planet, we will set up like a backup heat system with the extra rocket fuel we brought along. I mean, this will stay warm. I'm pretty sure it's 400 degrees there, so that's fine. The oil will stay warm. It's 400 degrees there. But this is quite a distance, so I'm not really sure the heat transfer will be large enough. I think the bigger the heat difference between two pipes, the faster the heat transfer goes. So the longer the heat pipe becomes, the smaller the transfer will be. Pump not connected to the pipeline. Alright. We'll just quickly run back with the super speed armor. Okay, which one is not connected? We can see which one is building up over here. Okay, this one is not connected. Alright, that was easy. This one is also not connected. That one is full already. That is slightly less easy, but still easy-ish, I suppose. It's gonna mess with the heat network a little, but it should not be too significant. Okay, this one is falling now, so that is not good. That is where all the heat has to flow through to the entire system. Man, that concrete is useful. Why did nobody ever tell me that concrete is useful in a base? All these, I don't know how long it's been, 11, 12 years I've been playing Factorio, and nobody told me concrete was useful to have in a base. Shame on you all. Alright, so we just need to connect the lithium brine. This is the moment. This is the moment, actually. Hold your horses. Holy moly. Let's check my connection. My connection is good. Let's not mess it up. This is the moment. The moment. Aquilo Science production. Start. I hope. Yeah, all should be automatic. Lithium in here should be automatic. It's gonna come from this plant. Holmium. Run! Run, Forest! See, I have still something left. Oh, okay, I still have a lot left. I guess some of this holmium is used to start up science instead of creating rare lithium. Let's grab 3000. Right, so let's simulate that. Bots, do your thing. That is going to be brought over there. Exactly on the edge. See how long they charge up after that. That was 1000 flights. It's going to take a while. Yeah, they used up like 2.6 megajoules just doing that flight. That's like more than half of their energy. And now they're waiting in line to charge. That's costing them more energy. Man, Aquila was expensive in terms of bot flights. Alright, the holmium plates going on the belt. Getting into the lithium plant. So this is the moment then. Okay. As soon as we install this pipe, that's gonna be it. It's gonna be beautiful. Lithium is being produced. It's going onto this belt. So we are now automatically producing fluid. Then it's going onto this carousel. The lithium carousel, where we take the raw lithium and the plates come out. Very nice. And those are gonna go in science. And there we go. Science. Heck yeah. Pretty soon all of them should be active. I think they are all working already. Pretty sweet. Yeah, all of them are working non-stop. 1000 cryogenic science packs. Nice. Right, so that is the first benchmark then. I'm artificially throttling science to 1800 signs a minute with these two yellow bells. That is just so they look full instead of looking like this. This looks not very nice, so we're gonna have a nice band of science coming in. It goes into the logistics chests, so we can load it onto the rocket with those same logistics bots. And counting, 1k and counting. We should be producing 1800 a minute, basically from the get-go. Alright, nice. Science. That's the last one. Unfortunately, we cannot quite switch text just yet. We still need to bring it home. So I guess that's what we're going to work on next. The next task is setting up the spaceship so we can automate bringing the science packs to Norvis. But first, let's check the heat. 425, 422, 338 to 319. Okay, that dropped 20 degrees already. It's going down still. 94 degrees is now 89 and it's falling still. 41 degrees is 39 and falling. Okay, so it doesn't appear that the nuclear power plant can transfer heat at a high enough throughput to this outpost. So we are gonna set up that heat infrastructure. Alright, I have the heating towers. I brought over 2 chests of rocket fuel just for this kind of purpose. It's not of course it's not a full-on solution, but hopefully it will keep the lithium bind producing while we set up the ship, and then later we can, I think we actually will be putting like a belt with solid fuel to go this way or something and just heat up the place locally with that. For now we're just gonna add the heating tower in here. Where do we put it? I don't want it to be too hot. Can I just put it on the end here? Alright, I think we cannot read the temperature of a heat pipe, but we can read the temperature of this thing. 60 degrees. Here we go. We need to go more than a chunk away with the heat, so I guess we need to set it a little bit higher. So only if temperature is, let's say, 100 degrees or something. If temperature is under 100 degrees, we want to put rocket fuel in there. Temporary heat tower, because I don't know how this thing is called. It's not called a heat tower. What is it called? It's a heating tower. Okay, I was actually pretty close. Alright, so now we're putting it in. The temperature here is going up. So hopefully the temperature here will start to go up pretty soon as well. 37.6, 37.5. Okay, it's going up. It's going up. 37.8, 9. Alright, so that will do the trick. So I think we should, in the end, we should see a heat dip somewhere along here. The heat from the nuclear plant is coming in from this way, but too slow. And the heat from the heating tower is going to be compensating, so that flows out here. And then somewhere around here, we should eventually get a low point in the temperature. But I guess we'll find out later. For now... yeah, I think we don't need that anymore. We don't need any of those anymore. We have the heating tower now. Alright, let's check the science production center. How is it going? That is two beautiful looking yellow belts. Who uses yellow belts on Aquilo? I do. It makes the belts look full rather than like this. Okay, we need I guess we need to transfer the rocket stuff down here. Let's keep the armor. 2 rockets. I guess those we can still use to get off of the planet ourselves. I'm even gonna take the rocket fuel. Let's throw that in here. We are no longer picking it up, so the chests are satisfied. That is rocket production. And you cannot even say I didn't automate it, because you cannot automate blue chips and low density structures on Aquilo. It's definitely my planet. There we go. That should start rocket production. Gonna enjoy this. I should be seeing that chests freeze shot on Aquilo. That would make a lot more sense than some of the other things freezing, like the steam turbines and something. Who uses rare wooden power poles? They're cheap and easy to make compared to the rare steel ones. Yeah, for me, uncommon science becomes worth it once you got tons and tons of like those infinite upgrade researches. But for me, that is not the case. I'm better off with productivity at my tech level. Alright, rockets are ready. I don't want to start loading science just yet. I think we're ready though to get off of the planet. We need to figure out how the ship is going to work now. This is part 2. I'm not even gonna bring my armor, I think. I hope that is not a mistake. Okay, let's just collect the concrete. So I got 4 chests of concrete now. Concrete. Concrete. Okay, there's a lot of concrete. How is the ice platforms? Should not be doing this right now. Clock is ticking. Okay, we got more than a chest of ice platforms as well. We still got a bunch of heating pipes, and we are automatically making them on Norvis right now, so we should be alright. Still got 1 chest of rocket fuel, and the rest is not really important. Let's grab the rest of the lithium we produced so far. Nice. And we can use that to... Okay, that's the last of it. That's the last one. The last straight up rare one. We still have uncommon resources to turn into cryo plants as well as regular ones. So we'll put that in there. This lithium is already for rare quantum processors then, which we eventually will need to make here as well. For the fusion power we plan to put on the solar system edge ship. We're gonna get a couple ones of those. I don't think... Well, there are a couple Norwegian recipes which we could use this for, but I don't think we're gonna do that. Not with priority anyway. I think I'm just postponing. I need to get off of this planet now. Get off Aquilo. Set up ship time. Hello, yeah, welcome. Nice to see you too out there. Clock is clicking. Tick clock, tick clock. Maybe quality cryoscience could be worth it because you get 25% quality out of the... But man, this is over 100% productivity. So, I don't know, man. We'll see how it goes. Let's get off of the planet. I think it's time to go. Is it time to go? We should be alright. Let the connection fall. Which one connection? Are you about my internet connection? Thanks for the 100 Czech crowns. It's looking okay right now, the internet connection. Research will endure. The research graph has to go on. That's the most important thing. Okay, I'm just gonna take my time and look over the planet a little bit in case I messed something up. I'm just gonna reload that last save. Alright, so these are stopping production every now and then, which means we do have enough lithium brine production. Temperature is up from 40 degrees to 74. This thing is at 100 degrees. And we will put rocket fuel in there. I hope that's enough rocket fuel until we are back, but I would imagine so. Here we're still 400 degrees. And oil is still 400 degrees as well. This is all the time full. And these are all the time full. Yeah, these should be full with end yield, so definitely they should be full with start yield with the speed modules. Right? That means all resources are being produced reliably, I think. And we do see signs backing up now. Because we're throttling here at 1800. Alright, yeah, I think we're good to go. Let's go. Why railguns when lasers? You sum it up quite perfectly right there, mister. Let's go back to my spaceship. The spaceship, which has been repaired. We repaired that last stream, actually. The difficulty now is... Let's enjoy this rocket launch. The difficulty is enjoying the rocket launch. Let's go. Nice. Somebody put this ugly grid lines over everything all the time. I don't know who does that. Right, so we have a little bit of a problem. We need to set up this ship to be able to travel without doing this, basically. Now I'm doing this. I'm deleting the fluids. Because if I don't delete the fluids, we got a little bit of a problem. I'm just going to showcase the problem. The ship schedule problem. Alright, so I don't have any speed controls on this ship. That is gonna be an issue. We have manual. The speed is working by production rate. So if we produce enough fuel to go at about 50 kilometers a second, that is our cruising speed. However, despite not having a fluid tank, there's like 12,000 fluid in the system. All of these are pretty full. So if I start going right now, we're going to go too fast briefly. We're just gonna crash straight into all these asteroids and suffer severe damage. We're going, 270, 280 kilometers a second until the fuel runs out in the pipes. We might luck out with most of the asteroids spawning next to me right now. Only lost one wall. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, there comes. That comes. We cannot go that fast for so long. We cannot go that fast at all. We need to go 50 to 60 kilometers a second or so. Because this is too much damage to sustain. Okay, actually that summed it up quite well, didn't it? Alright. Yeah, that summed it up quite well. So that is why we cannot do that. The way I'm fixing this right now, with my manual flights, is I just flip the decorative pumps, remove all the fluids, and then I'm just quickly start flying to Norvis. And because we have no fuel in there, we're gonna start up slowly, and even more slowly if I just fill up these pumps again. So now we're starting up slowly, and we're even gonna fly very slow until these pumps are full again, and we actually will speed up to like 50 kilometers a second. Of course, we cannot do that for the science ship that has to fly autonomous. Remove all but one of the engines. I tried that. That actually doesn't influence things too much, especially not for the. Oh, it might actually decrease the super fast liftoff, but I don't think it will do enough. I remember experimenting with this, but or changing it back to common thrusters as well instead of the rare ones. Okay, these are almost full again, so soon we'll be starting to fly the actual cruising speed. Okay, so this speed is safe for sure. I think if I remove engines, we're also gonna fly less fast for the rest of the journey. So I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to. What can we read from this thing? Moving to. I cannot. So Aquilo 1, Gleba 2. I don't think that's gonna help. I thought that I can do the same thing like I'm doing with laser turrets. Basically, if we are going slower than a certain speed, just don't produce fuel. I'm not sure that is gonna be prone to deadlocking or not. Alright, so we are now cruising at the 60 kilometers a second cruising speed. Still looks a little bit fast, to be honest. On the way back we're gonna go 80 kilometers a second, so that's not great. Right, so I think I can just connect it like this. Now we can read the signals. So if we only enable this, if our speed, I gotta be quicker with this. if speed is higher than 30. Maybe I can do 10. So basically, if we are moving, produce fuel. That means it still should be producing fuel once we arrive, because the ship slows down slowly. Hopefully we won't go below 10 kilometers a second ever, except for when we stop. Then we will produce a little bit of fuel so we can take off again. And hopefully that will be enough to get above 10 kilometers a second again, so we can start producing fuel again. I think that is the way we're going to try it. All right. I already saw like the power flicker when we went 60 kilometers a second. The problem is on the way back we're going to be falling towards Aquilo, which will add 20 kilometers a second to the speed. When you are stopped at the planet, the signal is output as 3. Alright, so I can do it if Aquilo signal is 3, then don't work. That way I could still profit of the slingshot maneuver when I leave from Norvis, if I would do that. Because now I lose the slingshot maneuver at Norvis as well. While there we could go faster, I suppose. Yeah, I don't really want to experiment with that right now. I first want to get science up and running. Okay, now we're going 80 kilometers a second. We have passed the halfway point. We are falling towards Gleba. On the way back, of course, we're going to be falling towards Aquilo in the most asteroid-dense zone, which we have just surpassed. This is the big asteroids. These are mediums. Those are harmless, basically, at this stage. The big ones are what we are worrying about. So we'll have to see how that goes. Let's try setting up the ship. We have 3 stations where we need to go through. Okay, we're flying through Gleba. We should be flying through Fulgora, I suppose. Because we need to pick up holmium plates. But alright. So if we fly at an average speed of 70 kilometers a second, let's first go with that. We fly 60 for half of it and then 80 for half of it. So the average speed is 70 kilometers a second. We need to fly 30,000, 45,000, 90,000 kilometers. That's quite the flight time. So our flight time is gonna be at least 22 minutes. Let's call that 25 or so, just to be on the safe side. 25 minutes of pure flight time. Alright. So that means just for the flight time we need to load 45,000 science packs on board. I remember from testing we can launch 7,000 science. We can launch 7,000 science per minute from these 4 rocket silos. Almost 2 launches per minute per silo. So if we divide it by 7,000, that takes already 6.5 minutes just to compensate for the flight time. And then of course we need to add more science for loading this as well. We also need to load on Norvis. We need to load rocket parts. And we need to know how many, and that's going to take time as well. I think we should just take a big number. So 45,000 is just for the flight time. What about if we make a 1 hour? This is 25 minutes of flight time. Let's add 35 minutes of stationary time. And like, in case something goes wrong, 1 hour of science is 108,000 science packs. I have 800 inventory slots here, which means that is 160,000 science, so that will fit on the ship. Let's just take that as a benchmark. So that is 60 minutes. We have 25 minutes of flight time, so we have 35 minutes to load stuff. How long does it take to load 108,000 science on the ship? It takes 15 minutes. 25 minutes to fly, 15 minutes to load on Aquilo. We are up to 40 minutes. Then we have 20 more minutes to load holmium plates and rocket parts, which should be a lot less, right? I mean, it's gonna take 108 launches on Aquilo to put the science in there. How many rocket parts do we need then? We need 50 rocket parts per rocket, so it's 5,400 blue chips, LDSs and rocket fuel, but we have productivity, so that's actually only 3,300. Okay, let's double that. We'll go 6,000. We'll load 6,000. Let's enable that. 6,000. Low densities and LDS is on board, not rocket fuel though. I guess we also want more nuclear fuel cells. Let's just bring another 1,000. I have the wrong ship. Let's just load those down again. Okay, I have the wrong group here. I don't have the wrong ship, I put it in the wrong group. So I have named this group, so if I make changes to it, that automatically updates, I suppose. So let's use no named groups then. Alright, so we want more fuel cells. We want 6,000 blue chips and LDSs. We're almost arriving at Novis. To load blues and LDS. I would rather load those from Fulgora really, but the problem is, I don't know if I can load all of that on board just yet. So let's keep it on Novis for now. Okay, we're arriving, 80 kilometers a second. That should mean the rockets should spring into action. There we go. Oh. I removed the nuclear request from the other ship. Oh yeah, I did, didn't I? Not only from this one. I guess we add that back. I think some other ones have that as well. Okay, so don't mess with it. Don't name groups if you don't know what you're doing. Alright. So we want to wait on Novis until all requests satisfied. The passenger present stuff will go away. So we want to load the fuel cells on board for Aquilo and blues and LDSs. That's basically it, what we need to automate, right? So we can already delete this. The Schrödinger's present no longer has to be either on or not on or both on the ship. After this we fly to Fulgora. On Fulgora we need to load holmium plates. How many holmium plates? I have no idea. I will need to look in my Excel for that actually. The spreadsheet where we did the calculations for the science packs. 1800 science costs me 62 holmium plates, and that is including a little bit extra to make more lithium, so it's actually a little bit less. It's actually only 54, but alright, we'll count with 62. So if we need 62 to make 1800 science packs, how much do we need to make 108,000? 3720. Okay, that's pretty much spot on. Let's add a little bit more, though, just like with the blue chips and LDSs, one extra cycle couldn't hurt. Okay, so we need to wait for 8 rocket launches on Fulgora as well. I only have one silo which can do that. I don't think we even set it up just yet, really. Alright. Okay, so now we have time to experiment with this. Now we can, if Aquilo signal is not 3, if Aquilo signal does not equal 3. Alright, so that should stop production only when we arrive at Aquilo then. Cannot copy paste because that will also change the recipe. So if it equals 3, which should be the signal when the ship is stopped, that means we should now have Norvis 3. Yeah, we have Norvis 3 in the signal list, so that's good. Guess we should read moving to and moving from then, or it will not work. Okay, we're just launching up a lot of fuel cells right now. Those only those use like 10 fuel cells per launch, so it's a little bit expensive, but nothing we can't handle. Right, so move to Fulgora until all requests satisfied. All requests is just holmium plates. Then we move to Aquilo. All requests satisfied, and the requests are 108,000. Oh, that's a lot of science packs. 1 hour of production. Also means we cannot start consuming science on Norvis until we have the first 108,000 ready. Or the next ship will just be too late to continue anyway. But so be it. I think for now we have enough fuel cells for this first trip. How are we doing? How was the science packs? We already have 50,000. Okay, we're about halfway. 2.5k rocket fuel. Alright, so we are stopping at... Oh wait, no, we should be alright. So we are also stopping at Fulgora and then slingshotting towards Aquilo. But in the beginning of the journey we should hardly have any large asteroids. So we should slow down in time again. I think. Alright, that was a useful hint. The stop signal. For a specific planet. And we can do it without combinators, which we haven't researched. Because we're efficient. that was nothing. Right. I think we're not gonna wait for the fuel cells this time. Just go to Fulgora. We can load that on the second flight, I'm pretty sure. Because we need some time on Fulgora to actually set up the holmium plate production still. We just want to get... I hope we can get back to Aquilo before Oh, holmium is gonna run out already there, isn't it? Holmium plates might be running out on Aquilo. Wait, I had 3,000 in here. We need like 3,700 or something. And launching the rockets is gonna take time as well. So it is alright. We will have enough science in stock to produce the rest of it while we are launching rockets with science on board of the ship. Okay, I missed the slingshot, but did we do the slingshot? Actually, it takes quite a bit of time, I suppose, to fill up these pipes without the speed modules in the beacons, so not really sure how that will go. Yeah, this is not challenging anymore. We're gonna be like 2/3 to 3/4 of the way through the mech armor, but it's still 5 hours, man. That's a nice project to complete while we are flying to the solar system edge, and then we can reward ourselves with a mech armor if we survive the journey there and back again. We're gonna be on board of the ship. High stakes, all or nothing. Alright, so what I want to do then, we have plenty of space on the ship, so that should be right. This is gonna be 540 inventory slots, right? We got 840. 560. This is 120 inventory slots. 180. I'm just calculating if I can have this on board and the science at the same time. Alright, science is 540 inventory slots. We got 180 inventory slots for blues and LDSs. I guess we have 30 inventory slots for the fuel cells, and we got about 10 inventory slots for the ship's repair business. 760. I've got 840 slots, so we have 80 slots left over, which means we can reverse the order. From Aquilo we fly to Fulgora first, where we start picking up holmium, and yeah, should I do that? As for the first flight, we'll bring in some extra. We'll bring in a double portion. I think we should delete that. We're already relying on Gleben rocket parts for Fulgora once that is going. I don't know if we are overproducing enough blues and LDSs to also supply Aquilo, so maybe I should just do that from Norvis and delete these two. But we can do this now because we're not producing, we're not launching rockets from Gleba because we don't research a Gleben technology right now. So Fulgora, this area should be idle, except that we are now launching to our own ship, and this is all full. And I think I should. No, we need to not do that. We need to only send this to Gleba, because the Gleben ship always should take priority. It cannot get delayed. It won't get delayed actually, because we built the Gleben ship before the Aquilo ship, so the Gleben ship will automatically get priority over the Aquilo ship. Or at least that's how it's coded now, so maybe we can still keep it. Alright. Nevertheless, I should drop to the planet. Drop to Fulgora. We can do the rest of the scheduling on the way back to... Aquilo. I changed the nuclear fuel chip again. The calculator mod is very nice. it could be built in without any clutter. They could just hide it under these options and you have to manually enable it and nobody will ever know. Let's check the ship again. Okay, this one is still alright. I guess we need to also enable Gleben signs again before anything else. I think this was my inventory. Got some holmium plates here already. Alright, so we already had a rocket silo in here. At least I had that foresight. But we need to feed it with rocket parts, which are made flow down here. So we either need to break rocket parts and bring him in here, or just bring holmium out to maybe on this tiny island. We can bridge the... Will that fit? Oh, that was just in time. Some lightning rods. One for rocket fuel. Rocket fuel could come in over here. Oh, this is beautiful. Right, so this could be... That could be how we feed it. I don't have productivity modules, but I don't really care. Man, unfortunately these silos are launching right now, so that's pretty loud. Okay, and now we need to get the holmium down here as well. I set this up kind of weird. We have a splitter here, so we can... It doesn't really matter if we take from which belt. Alternatively, we can just do this. We have this going over here for quality holmium. I know, this goes over here for superconductors. 0.48, alright, one inserter should be plenty. Okay, we can take these two inserters and bring it this way. I think we can go... Yeah, we can go on this one. This vertical. And I just load that up fully. So the belt will look full. Okay, then we need... do we load that on the rocket with... I guess we should load it on the rocket with bots, really. It will be faster than waiting for inserters. Uh, 1,000 per rocket. We need chests. Do those rocket launches allowed? That strike was close. Yeah, that strike was definitely close. You think I'm not live? I just randomly say, you think I'm not live? And in my not live stream, so people think they are think I'm actually live. How fast are 8 inserters? That's like 15 items a second. "65 seconds to load a rocket with 8 red inserters." That's gonna take too long. We'll use bots. Can I do this? No, not quite. $10 million Glevin science packs. I guess we are still creating them, even though we are not launching them to novice. The let them rot system works pretty well. It's too long for a red belt. I mean, that should be fast enough, really. I ought to get this flowing sooner rather than later, because we need to wait for at least like 4,000 of them. Alright. That should get us loaded. Let's start making rockets then. Can use the rare power pole to power that. Okay. We do need a roboport, which means I need to take gears. And we need to steal some bots from the Glevin department. And we need a place for the roboports then. Alright, so I'm just gonna manually shove that in so it launches. To my ship already. Let's go grab some gear so we can handcraft a roboport or two. We are trashing the gears here, so just gonna grab them off the belt. Alright. This planet should be pretty forgiving in terms of recharging. 600 bots we have in here. I'm just gonna steal 100. It would be great if the roboport could be up here. There is no space unless we blow up the cliff. The cliff is scenic though. Dang it. We still cannot place it because there's heavy oil ocean under there. Hey, thanks SF Hobbit for the raid. We are in the final stages of 1000 SP, 1000 times science cost. Doesn't look like it, but we actually are setting up on Aquilo. We've got the first batch of 108,000 science packs being created right now. We'll go back here shortly. And we are now setting up the ship to fly between the planets. Of course, it's a laser ship because, you know, Aquilo, the asteroids are very susceptible to laser damage, so that's why we chose laser turrets there. Currently, we're trying to set up the holmium And I'm finding out I cannot put my roboport where I want it. I guess we'll put it down here. If I now switch it to automatic, we should be loading the holmium on the ship. How's your stream? 500 hours, mech armor feels amazing. I don't have time to complete it, man. I want to switch to Aquilo signs as soon as possible. We need to get through 4.5 million of the Aquilo signs, which is going to take about 13 hours. Which means if I want to finish this weekend, I don't have 5 extra hours to finish mech armor. This is just a placeholder, believe it or not. Right, the question is, are the robots recharged again before the next one? The answer is no. So we're gonna need a second roboport. Oh, no! No, no, no. Oh, that was dumb. Stop, 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 stop. No. Why are you... They're gonna run out of juice, though. I can overtake him here. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, 500 hours and I'm still manually chasing after these stupid bots. I'm gonna have to wait for them to run out of juice. I got one other logistics network. I know that's not true. Why are they going to this logistic network instead of that one, which is right next door? Taking the holmium plate as well. Okay, they ran out of juice. Nice. Get in my inventory. No, 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 don't get off the cliff. Come on. Okay. I didn't even bring my running armor because I won't need it. I'm also... Okay, we can... Oh, God. To walk back through the heavy oil ocean with my slow armor. Cannot even hijack the train. We need a train for the signs. What do you think you want to do after? I don't know yet. I don't... thinking ahead is not my strong point. I need those bots, man. We need those bots for the automation. That was just a mistake. I deleted the roboport network and they decided to join a random one, apparently, not the closest one. So that was, yeah. Not my brightest moment. Okay, some bots apparently went. Yeah, we got 514 bots in there. Okay, 14 bots went to the right and the other ones went down. Let's just add one extra in case the bots need to take something out of there. So we're gonna steal those bots back. Bots, you are not supposed to go back here. They're all in these ones. Alright. So now let's see if they all get charged before the... after the next rocket. I think that they will and we should be good. Okay, so the bots are all charged. Now we get the true test, I suppose. Alright, so the moment the rocket... The rocket waits to request off until the rocket is fully up there. Alright, so now it's launching. Will these bots all go to sleep? I think they will. Alright, so we don't need rare robots or anything. So we got ourselves a nice little island for the Holmium plates now. And I think we are done on this planet then. I do have my entire inventory on me, so I need to bring that back before I can launch myself off of this planet. Alright. Yeah, I have some ideas to go mega base, but I don't really know if that's worth it. But we can use this one to travel back to the spaceship. Back to Aquilo. I think that's the last step. We can then set up the rest of the schedule on the way. I should not need to do anything else. We should be able to... I accounted for the extra Holmium production, I think. This thing is faster than it needs to be. We're not producing science at full pace now. So I guess time will tell. Almost 2,000 of these. Oh, that is actually not too many. Just yet. Alright, so we don't have the another 1,000 in these chests right now, so the bots are not flying. Looks like I hijacked the rocket just before the science ship arrived back here. Research multipliers mod, which allows you to set decimal multipliers below 1. I need that mod. I think one of the things I want to do after this run is a 1/1000 times science cost playthrough, where every tech project is 1000 times cheaper. Just for fun. Right. Requests are satisfied. Yeah, we're gonna delete these requests, I think. Or at least set them to... Let's set them to 3000. And we load half on this planet and half on Norvis. Sure, so we fly from Aquilo to Fulgora to Norvis. Except we already were on Norvis, so now we just go back to Aquilo. Then we just wait for 108,000 signs. And we get the slingshot maneuver now. So let's look. 280 kilometers a second. That is not a sustainable speed with big asteroids. It takes a little bit of time to slow down. I think one we should be able to take out. Yeah, one we are able to take out. Right, and we're slowing down to cruising speed now. The dangerous part now is the second leg of the journey, the second half. We're going to be cruising at 60 kilometers a second until the halfway point. Then the gravity switches in Factorio and will add 20 kilometers a second of positive speed towards Aquilo. The asteroid field is getting the densest, so I suspect I don't think we'll get through that unscathed. Which means we will need to set up some replenishments on Norvis. Maybe change these asteroid collectors for non-quality ones in the frontier, so we don't lose too many of those. We don't really need that many. Actually, we do need that many. We need to replenish the water of the nuclear power with the ice asteroids. We need a lot of resupplies. Right, so for the Hobbit Watchers, 2000 base health with 95% laser resistance. 40,000 effective hit points. Our lasers now do 80 damage though. 80 damage per shot, about 4.5 times a second. So we are able to kill some. The real problem though is we are planning to go to the solar system edge with a laser ship as well. And if we look at the huge asteroids, they have 5,000 hit points with 99% laser resistance, which effectively gives them 500,000 hit points compared to 40,000. So yeah, that's 12.5 times. That's 12.5 times the health of a big asteroid, and we're going to shoot him with the same laser turrets, with the same damage upgrades. So that's probably not gonna go well. But that's tomorrow's matter. How is Aquilo? Science? It looks like science production has stopped. I think we're out of holmium. We are out of holmium. What is in the chests? 91,000. Alright, that is good. Rocket fuel stocks are high. The ammonia tanks are completely empty. Holy moly, that was completely full before we started producing rocket fuel. So I guess, I think ice production now is dead. Yeah, we are trashing the ice. This is all going into ammonia production. Not all of these can output. Oh, I got a nice idea. Okay, we're gonna test how melt resistant the ice is on Aquilo if we get there. We just flipped gravity. We can see speed is increasing to 80 kilometers a second. So this is going to be the dangerous half. The dangerous half of the Aquilo journey. We also got to check if the fuel production actually stops once we hit Aquilo. It should stop immediately, I suppose, even before we slow down. It should react immediately. Alright. "80 kilometers a second, man." Right. So far so good. We're not in the thick of it yet though. We're at this point. It will go up at least like 1.5 times as many asteroids per distance before it slows down again, apparently. Concerning the tech base, it should be only 13 hours of research to get through quantum processors, fusion power, and the solar system edge technology, which is called Prometheum science. We're not planning to make any Prometheum science to beat the game. You don't need to, and the goal has been to beat the game. So far no damage yet, so I'm still happy. Let's take a look ahead. I mean, if this comes at the same time, I'm pretty sure we're gonna sustain damage if that spawns in front of the ship. Well, the closer by it comes, the more DPS we do, because these lasers only can barely reach in front of the ship here. Okay, we got one wall down. Okay, that is acceptable. So far, it's not looking too bad. Of course, this is a sample size of 1 in terms of how many flights. We slow down a little bit if all the laser turrets are shooting, because the fuel producing plants momentarily don't get enough power, which means we slow down a bit. So we automatically slow down if we get into trouble, which is kind of nice. Okay, I guess we are about to arrive. Make one more save point here. So far so good. We only lost one wall. That is exceptional. I feel it could have gone way worse though. We saw a bunch of asteroids spawn on the side every time. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just imagining things. Okay, we stopped at Aquilo. That means for the very first time, Aquilo science should get launched out of our Aquilo base. I will be loading 7,000 science per minute onto the ship, so it's going to take about 15 minutes or so to load the ship with adequate science. what we should do now is actually we should be requesting fuel cells. We have plenty still. We should be requesting holmium. The holmium will get transported over here. We should also be requesting blue chips, low density structures. 20, 30, 40, 50 inventory slots. We have only 80 inventory slots to work with because I'm dumb and I didn't plan for any cargo base, and there's not really a way to attach cargo base now, is there? So we're gonna have to work with the 80 slots we have for the time being. Alright, this means lithium production should resume again. Alright, and we should be redistributing low density structures and blue chips to the different requester chests for the rocket silos. And then the next load will drop down. So far so good. The lithium carousel is starting up again. It comes in from above, goes around and around, and comes out over here again. After which it will float back to science. And science production resumes. And that should complete the full automation. How many fuel cells do we have on board? Let's request 150 per chest. Yeah, then we should be just dropping some fuel cells. We should be careful though, because we might drop all fuel cells if we are not careful. I'm gonna drop one more line manually. Oh, okay, that was bad. Come back. We need to count how many fuel cells we're using. How many fuel cells we're using in 1 hour. Probably not going to be that insane. What's the power doing anyway now that the base is working? Okay, 300 megawatts without rocket launches. 450 megawatts with rocket launches. That should be alright. We have we're working at slightly over half capacity. So we have some extra stuff which we can do. The base looks gorgeous, man, at night with the heat network at full power. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Is one ship enough? I think it should, yeah, it should be enough. We calculated a flight time of 25 minutes, science loading time of 15 minutes, that's 40 minutes. And then we still need to load some stuff on Norvis and holmium on Volgora, which is... I'm gonna add some minutes, but not 20, I don't think. And we're launching science for 1 hour onto the ship, so the one single ship should be able to do it all by itself. I really like this holmium carousel, man. The lithium carousel. Probably my favorite part of this base's design. Right. I think I can... Should I get off of the ship? Should I get off of the ship here? Golden ratio squares. Alright, we got 30,000 signs on board. Yeah, we lost one wall, one space platform, so we're gonna have to... I think we have to go with the ship to Norvis. Once it's done, so let's not drop down just yet. I've got way more on board than I need. Yeah, I'm gonna drop down to the planet. Let's do drop down. I'm going to grab all those extra blues and low density structures and just stash them on the side somewhere, so I don't soft lock myself onto this planet in the future. To stash some stashes. Thanks Emil Gray for the Prime subscription. Quilo it is. Set a minimum request. It kinda works. I did that for the Glabber ship as well, so it wouldn't drop all of its fuel cells. Maybe I can do something like that. On the other hand, I don't think we really need to. Let's first check how many fuel cells are we using over the course of 1 hour. 120? That's not going to be more than 200 for sure. Now it's 120. Alright, let's say we need 200 fuel cells per flight, then we're bringing 500 per flight, so we should be alright. And then if we have 150 fuel cells per chest, it is 200 seconds per fuel cell. That's like 8 hours of fuel for the nuclear plant. If we request 200, it's going to be over 10 hours, 11 hours, alright. I think I want 200 per chest, that sounds like a nice number. For no reason. Right, so I want to get to... I like this part too, man, the double yellow belt. Throttling the signs to 1800. I'm just gonna grab those. And those. Okay, I guess we need some rocket fuel as well. We can always make rocket fuel, but I probably should set some aside as well. We'll just store that over here. That can be our personal rocket silo. And we'll just add rocket fuel ourselves. I was going with the heat stuff. Okay, we're using some, but not too much. How is the Aquilo ship? We're about to start research, man. 55,000. Then it just needs to fly to Norvis. Then we can switch. When we have almost finished the tech. Guess I should not steal all of the rocket fuel. We are only overproducing it slightly. we'll get one single chest. Okay, 1.7k remaining. That should be enough, I think, to launch the rest of the signs on board. I think we gotta get our behind up there again as well. This time I am gonna launch my armor. I was going with the lithium and it is still not finished. Oh, that's glorious. I think we should bring more uncommon holmium to make lithium plates. But we can do that a bit later. These are all done. Okay, these are all done as well. So this is all done. And these are the cryo plants we have left over. 6 rare ones, 50 uncommons, and 34 regulars. I don't think we'll need any of them, but sure, we'll take it. Should I transport uranium? I never even thought about that. I have the fuel cells, so I'm transporting the fuel cells. I don't really care about rocket launch efficiency. It's not important, really. At this scale, we don't need to have everything optimized to the get-go. We need to focus on the important things in this playthrough. Right? Okay, more oil and more fluorine found. Not that we will need it. Alright, I think we can take the ship back to Novis and make sure science starts up properly before we come back to Aquilo. Join ship to Novis for start Aquilo science. Thanks Speed Bump as well for the 13 months of subscriptions. If the ship still stops at Volgora, we need to change the schedule then. We need to get rid of Schrödinger's passenger for Volgora, or the ship will never leave. Alright. Yeah, we need to get rid of that. So simple, right? All requests satisfied, all requests satisfied, all requests satisfied. 82,000 science on board. Not even close. I think we have to start Gleben science off again as well. But we kind of have to time it right. I think we need to wait a little bit longer. Or especially if we fly to Volgora first. Alright, we're turning it around for now. We will first fly to Novis with the science. Load up the blue chips and low densities. And then start off Gleben science. We'll be transporting blue chips and low densities from Gleba from Fulgora to Gleba, and then we can add this ship to that mix and see if we actually overproduce enough blue chips and low density structures to also supply Aquilo from Fulgora instead of only Gleba. Okay, so this time the ship will leave automatically. How is the fuel status? Yeah, I'm not sure we're actually going to be leaving. No, actually, no, we will be leaving. We are not going to have any fuel. Okay, I want to try this. Let's flush the system completely. There's no fuel anywhere. This should still start to work, right? If we get the sign to leave Aquilo, even if the ship doesn't actually leave, it still should start working, and we will produce fuel and we will start flying. That's what I hope, at least. 96,000, 3 more rocket launches to go. And that's 1 hour worth of science on the ship. The only thing that is not automated on this planet now is heat for this lithium patch. So we have to do that eventually, or you know, just add like a couple chests of rocket fuel to the back of it. $100k on board. Last 2 launches. Let's watch it in all its glory. If Gleba is taking rocket paths, it won't delay the ship. That is true. But I don't know if they are staggered, let's say, and they can always access the supplies. If I empty the rocket parts with the Aquilo ship, then the Gleba ship will be delayed and everything will be delayed. They are no longer loading rockets, which means we should be departing as soon as that last one arrives. How are the water tanks and whatnot? Water tanks are still full. I think these belts are looking full as well. $25 and 50 asteroids. Yeah, we are still full of stuff. Not enough thrust. Alright, so it's not working. We are on the way to Novis, but we have still stopped at Aquilo because we have no fuel in there, which means this can happen. For now I can do this to shoot it off, but I think we're gonna go with the dumb condition. If the speed is less than only work if the speed is larger than 10. That means we should get a little bit of production in there while the ship is stopping, and we won't be... I can't believe this is actually going to be the solution to not get locked onto a planet with a ship. That should allow production to continue for a little bit after we arrive on Aquilo, because the speed is still slowing down, which means by the time we are ready to leave, we should launch off, exceed 10 kilometers a second before we run out of fuel. Hopefully that is the next check, I suppose, and then production will continue up to 50 kilometers a second. I flushed the pipes as a test. Yeah, but it's very possible that that the last fuel is used. The fuel is used up, and then we are waiting for the next cycle to complete, so there is more fuel. So it's very possible that the that we arrive without any fuel in the system at all. So yeah, right, flying to Gleba. I think that means it's time to re-enable Gleban science to actually be loaded into the rockets. We have never stopped production. The safest thing to do is to just build something that works and then just never touch it again, which is what we have been doing for the last over 50 hours already. Over 10 million science has been produced. Right, Gleban science, start of Gleban science. We're about to achieve this milestone. Gleban science switch on. Okay, we get a bunch of asteroids. Let's take a closer look. Those look dangerous. It really does help that we only go 60 kilometers a second instead of 80. We do seem to be destroying stuff in time. Right, let's flip the flipper. Let the rockets be loaded again. Should take about 4 minutes, I think. 10,000 signs. I think we're producing 2600. Yeah, 2600 SPM. Oh, right. We had... You know what? Let's use the spoilage filters on that. This is just inserting it again. That means if we stop science, it's gonna take... Let's not. We'll just rotate it back to... I don't like having the icon on there. I guess we have time now. We can just add the logistics network to the rocket silos and just trash this automatically once we just switch on this for a second, and that should delete all of the signs from the put it in the trash slots and let the bots pick it up. So we don't need to do that manual switch anymore. Alright, how's it going with our ship? 17k on the way to Gleba. We have picked up the extra speed now. Yeah, the biters just go to sleep again. After they join that stray nest up here. It's night now, so I cannot really show it. Over here. We got the extra biters here, which like eat through the walls a bit when they rejoin this nest. There's a lot of biters next to these nests everywhere because they form expansion groups. New biters spawn. The expansion group cannot pathfind, disbands, joins nearby nests, eats up some walls sometimes, and then just goes to sleep once they just reattach to the nest, but the wall is in the way. That's why they attack it. I just want to wait until the rocket silos are full. Then we can re-enable the request on the Bringer of Independence, which has brought independence to Gleba a while ago. Looks like we burned about 120 fuel cells. since we were last here. Oh, how am I bringing... the trawler is... this one is bringing the rocket parts to Glabber. I was kind of confused there for a second. So this one also flies if PM science is not used, just to bring rocket parts to Glabber. Alright, are we full? We are full! And we have almost arrived at Glabber as well. Oh, this is gonna end up nice. Let's set the view on Glabber. And then this guy requests the signs. Wait. We gotta switch off this guy's automatic. Or we will start launching fuel cells up from Glabber, which we don't want to do. Alright. Here we go. No, not this ship. I can do this. Flick a button. There we go, Glabber signs will be reactivated. Alright, and we start loading for the next launch. We should get the signs and the ship should fly to Novis. Where are we at the... We have already passed Glabber. But the Glabber ship is going to be overtaking us, I'm pretty sure. That one does the full slingshot maneuver with the speed beacons as well. So this guy is not going to go slow, he's going to go max speed right now. But of course this guy only faces the medium asteroids, which are no longer a threat at all. The Glabber ship has already overtaken us. Look at that speed difference on the map. This is us here. Right, Glabber ship is gonna arrive on Novis. We have the spoilage on the belt here still, but that's blocked by the side loading. Over here as well, blocked by the side loading. All of this should just flow up in here. I think this ship is just going to immediately... Oh no, we're going to request some fuel cells from Novis. So we're not going to fly off immediately. But that's alright. There goes the signs. Fuel cells will be launched. There goes the fuel cells. Here comes the Glabber signs. Through the splitter, past the spoilage. Back into the labs. It's been a while that we did anything with Glabber signs. But now it's going to be time to switch. 70% on the mech armor, 4 hours to go. Who has time for that? We don't have time for that. Glabber signs back into the labs. And soon to be followed by Aquilo signs. Once we arrive. Is this ship on the way again? Okay, we're still getting supplied. Okay, we are off. Alright, that's good. we're gonna be arriving. Gleb C arrived. Aquilo C arriving. Alright, so that should get launched off of the ship automatically en masse. No, actually that won't. It will. Alright, I already set the request. Okay, that's good. That was a loud sound. Alright, we are requesting 22,000 signs. So that's just gonna get in there. We're gonna load these chests over here. Science goes on the belt. It's kind of a weird system, don't question it too much. Here we go onto a red belt again. We have a red belt of science. Switching sides. The other side is going to be reserved for Prometheum science, or at least that was the idea. 11 science is already idle. So that's fine. Alright, and we should finally have 11 out of the 12 science packs into the labs, and the 12th, we don't need it. We're done with science. Science is completed. First go up there. Science pack 11. There we go. Okay, we're gonna wait until all of the labs have the science pack, and then we're gonna switch tech. And then we're officially done with the speedrun phase of this stream. Quote unquote speedrun. Then the hard part is over. This was the bottleneck. Getting Aquilo science into the labs. Or novice. Looks like we don't need to drop down to novice actually. Okay, are we there yet? Okay, we're there. The belt is idle. We're still dropping signs. So maybe I should drop more signs at a time. Do we still have signs on board? No, signs is empty. Signs is empty. We are getting LDSs still. We also still should get fuel cells. And we're gonna get a couple more this time. We're gonna need to wait for that as well. Normally we only need to load up like 200 extra, so we should be alright. We have like 500 on the ship for ourselves, 500 on the ship for Aquilo, I suppose. But the time is here. The time is here. Let's switch tech before the Gleben science rots away. Tech switch into Aquilo science. 13 hours to go. And there is no way I'm going to be spending more than 13 hours to do the rest of the preparation work, right? So I can finally relax. Time to relax. Now we can do whatever we want. We can build a mall or something, you know. We finally can build a mall. We have built everything we needed to build, but now we have time to build a mall. Quantum processor 500k. Fusion reactor required on the way, unfortunately. So that's another 2 million. And then Prometheum science pack, which unlocks the solar system edge for 2 million. 4.5 million signs to go. There we go. All 11 science packs are getting consumed. And we haven't missed a beat. Are we actually dropping? No, we still have 5904. The mouse over here doesn't always And now it gives way too high. Alright, so it just jumps around a bit. 5904 is what the long-term average should be. That is our 1800 science packs. Multiplied by 2 for the biolabs, multiplied by 1.64 for the rare Mark III productivity modules. So that's our science per minute. 4.5 million science packs to go through. Gives us 762 minutes of research time to unlock the solar system edge. 12.7 hours. 12.7 hours. So we're going to be finishing around 537 hours plus the flight. Let's say 540 hours. 540 hours is going to be the end time. That's my prediction. 540 hours to end the run. That is a long stream, man. That's going to be a long stream. Oh, that's still going to be a while. We have time today still. We have a lot of time. I think blue inserters, man, those are so powerful. They should require Prometheum science to unlock. Maybe not actual Prometheum science pack, but it should be locked after Prometheum science pack technology. Alright, I can relax. I'm gonna sit back for a bit, man. Holy moly. Speed run complete. Now we just need to build the ship and fly to the solar system edge. Build the ship. Which one ship? How is Norvis doing anyway? How is my pair of LDS with the beacon nipples working? Those are some suspicious beacons in the middle of this pair, I have to say. That should mean we are going full bananas here on Norvis. Oh god, I hope we have enough power to do all of this here on Norvis, man. Accumulators are dipping dangerously low. They are dipping dangerously low. Oh, I forgot one important thing which we noticed yesterday. The biter zoos are no longer working. That could become a problem pretty soon. We researched laser damage 7 and now we're killing the biters too fast. They can no longer join the attack group and spend the pollution, which they are supposed to do. We cannot do anything about the big biters, but we can kill the behemoth ones slower. Yeah, so that guy doesn't have enough time to join an attack group now, and the biter zoos are not absorbing pollution anymore. I guess we have to wait for the next flight to do something about it, because we are on the way to Fulgora now. How are the science stocks over here? 44k. I mean, as long as we're producing 1800 SPM, we should be good. This was the gap when holmium ran out during our first test flight. That's alright. We should be producing... I think we're gonna be waiting at Aquilo for enough science packs at the end of this story. Which is as it should be, I suppose. Okay, the ship is still flying to Fulgora. I'm an idiot. I have construction bots in these networks to repair the walls. We can recalibrate this right now. Fulgora is going to be boring anyway. We're just going to be... we should check if all goes well, actually. For once. Alright, so... I guess those got out of there because I left before. Yeah, I just left while the rocket was loading, probably, or something like that. So we got some plates in there. We got the 8K plates we need in here. We're gonna be waiting for the full 8K plates this time. Alright, there we go. That should be plates loaded. 1000. That is just gonna happen 8 times. So we can recalibrate the biter Zeus now. Kinda important. So we can visualize that with the unit group. Show unit group info. That should give us the vision on what the biter is actually doing. So we will see a biter with a line attached to a nest as soon as it spawns. There we go. Okay, and that it stayed connected to the nest, which is bad. That should become a circle with a line to the circle, which indicates it's joining an attack group. So how many turrets would I need to destroy for that to happen? Just one? Okay, we got the behemoth, so we have a new spawn in about 8 seconds. 3, 2, 1. It's a big biter. Big biter doesn't have time to join an attack group anymore, even with a single laser turret now. Now is a new one. Okay, behemoth. Okay, that one. Yeah, that is what we want, right? So that biter joined an attack group, and now we can see the pollution on this nest. It's less than 1200. It's now absorbing pollution again. It's gonna take a while to absorb all the pollution. That was still pretty fast though. I think we're gonna go down to... I mean, we had just a tiny damage upgrade. I don't know why it's... how it can be so bad. Give me a behemoth. Okay, big biter has a 6-second cooldown, so... there we go. Yeah, that is what we want. Alright, and he died shortly after. I think 3 turrets is the way to go. So now we need to do that on all 10 outposts. Just deconstruct 2 turrets. I think we recalibrated after damage 5, actually, not after damage 6. So maybe it's already been going on for longer than I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, I mean. Yeah, okay, that one does it as well. 5. 6. Guess we got some backup turrets now in case one gets destroyed, which never happened before. 7. 8, 9. I'm missing one. Ah, this one I suppose. A medium, that should respawn immediately. So we're gonna get 2 spawns. Alright, yeah, we got the circle. Quite late, but we got it. Now this one. Behemoth luck. Alright, yeah, it's working again. It's working again. Alright, that's recalibrated. There's a lot of pollution though. Oh, that's a lot of numbers. There already was hundreds of pollution in the tiles surrounding it, so it's gonna take a while to vacuum up. But you can see this one is vacuuming down the pollution. Chunk where the biter base is in. It's again at 1200. Okay, we only have the benefit of the behemoth biters now. So every time a behemoth biter spawns in one of these 10 nests, 400 pollution is absorbed from the map, basically. The medium and big ones don't do anything anymore. Ah, maybe sometimes the big one does something. That one just spawned there. Guess it's kinda random. Alright. So now we see this number go down again. 300, 280, 275. All of those will start drawing pollution inwards like a vacuum. So this giant cloud should shrink again, and the outer ring should dissipate again. And we think we are in time before we don't have the threat of polluting any biters anywhere. I don't think. I think we cleared out enough space. Right, we should be on the way to Aquilo. Are we actually left right now? The question is, are we back within the hour? I guess we should test on the second flight because... No, this already should be representative. So I have to know when we left. I don't know if I can see that. Recalibrated biter zoos remotely flying to Aquilo. Alright. We're gonna source that from Norvis. Norvis is not doing anything else with these things, so... And if we do it from Norvis, we get quality low density structures out of it. How are we gonna do it? Yeah, we're gonna go for the fusion reactor because it's a required technology, so we might as well have a fusion reactor on the ship. And also, nuclear powered laser turrets draw a surprising amount of water. You need a surprisingly high amount of water to power the laser turrets, which I don't think is going to be viable for the solar system Edge tour. So we're gonna have a fusion reactor. I'm gonna spoil to you. I revealed to you. I already designed the ship because designing a ship has to be done in editor mode. I designed it a while ago already. It's a lot of fine tuning. We are gonna present the ship tomorrow in the final stream. But we have a ship tested and ready. I don't exactly remember the quantities I need, but I know we need a lot of... I got a fusion reactor on board with 6 cores, I think. I think I have a regular quality fusion reactor and then the things which actually do the power generation. I'd have those in rare quality, which means these things, the expensive ones, are common quality. I need 6 of those, and then I have these in rare quality, so I need only like 3/5 of the ones I would need if they were common quality. I think it was in the order of magnitude of 30 of those things, so I need 3000 tungsten superconductors and quantum processors. I guess we're gonna have to work on quantum processors at some point. We need to make a list of things we need to do, man. And only halfway. Oh, we're gonna get into the dangerous. We're gonna get the second time the dangerous part of the trip with the 80 kilometers a second. Alright, so one of the things we need to set up on Norvis how to repair Aquilo ship, because we're gonna get damaged for sure. Even when we got lucky, we got damaged. I'm just gonna spew some things. Quantum processors, rare and common and uncommon maybe, with quality modules. Need ship supplies from other planets, which we have been making. It's only a one-time ship, so I should make the Mike Hendon's ship, Aquilo worthy, which should be pretty easy because the Mike Hendon's ship is basically this ship. This ship just got a few changes. We have all rare laser turrets on board. We got some steam tanks. And more water tanks. And the cargo bay system, I suppose. But for the rest, they are identical. So we can upgrade our personal ship, so we can fly to Aquilo at will. Because this ship, we shouldn't interrupt the schedule anymore. We do need to keep an eye out if we are back in time. Alright, so this is the part that matters. Dangerous part. Aquilo. Sample size of 2 this time. Because we already looked one time and we got only one wall of damage. Like one wall with space platform got destroyed. How big is each save now? 146 megabytes. I've got over 2000 saves. Don't calculate how much megabytes that is, please. But I already had to copy a part of them to an external disk because I don't have enough memory to also film the parts for the series. Where is the dense asteroids field that I was promised? Where are all the asteroids? Hello. We're at the most dangerous... Okay, there are all the asteroids. But it's still not looking that bad. Okay, that's starting to look worse. A little. Maybe we're actually alright. Oh, we gotta check if the fuel system works. Okay, we're gonna get damaged for sure. That is too much. Oh, that was barely though. Just 5 walls with 5 space platforms. Okay, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe it's not too bad. There's not a bunch. Ooh, that's a lot of asteroids. Some turrets are distracted. That one's gonna miss us. Okay, it does look like we can deal with most of what the game throws at us. Not everything, but most. It's gonna be good enough. We just gotta make sure we automatically launch backup replacements, I think. We're gonna be arriving soon. So let's check the fuel system. Okay, so the pipes are gonna be... I guess this one. Okay, some of them have thruster fuel, others have thruster oxidizer, so it doesn't get divided equally. Alright, we have stopped, but we are still going at speed, so fuel is still working. We're still producing fuel until we go below 10 kilometers a second, which is now 3, 2, 1, and stop. Alright, disabled by control behavior, but now we have each of these thrusters has a mixture of fuel and oxidizer inside, so we should be able to get off of the planet, exceed 10 kilometers a second pretty much instantly, and this will switch on again. I think this is going to work out. And if the ship gets stuck, we got those emergency pumps to flip. But I don't think we'll need to do that. We're back in action, loading science. How much do we actually have on the planet? 63k. Alright. And we are bringing in the low density structures, blue chips, and I suppose replacement holmium. Yeah, the faster you go, the more asteroids spawn per second. The amount of asteroids that spawn in total per trip are the same, basically. So the faster you take that trip, the more of those asteroids spawn per second. But if you go slow, the asteroid density is a bit less, which is what we are relying on for this ship. Alright, so do I need to drop down to Aquilo right now, or is Aquilo going to be fine for a bit? How is this doing? We haven't consumed 20% of this yet, so I suppose we're alright. Let's check the temperature. I think we should see a gap somewhere in the middle. So this temperature is coming out from the heating tower, 100 degrees, 80 degrees, 70 degrees, 60 degrees, 50, 40. Okay, here we're going up again. So this is the nuclear fuel plant bringing heat to here. 53, 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, 47. So looks like this island is barely too far away. We can bring heat out this far with the nuclear plant. I guess if we are absorbing all this heat, maybe a little bit less far. Looks like that is the maximum distance I can bring heat. So unfortunately this lithium brine field is a little bit too far out. I'm gonna guess this one is close by enough though, and we got more than 8 spots on here, so I probably wanna switch over to this one. Or this one, as a matter of fact. We got 500 degree heat pipe here at the moment. It's not bad. Alright, so I don't think we need to go down. Okay, I forgot to launch the armor indeed. Let's launch that up. We are gonna stay on board. And we are gonna fly back to Norvis. And I think the first thing we'll do then is change our bringer of Mike Hendon's ship to be Aquilo worthy as well. Quantum processor already 25% done. We're blazing through. Nice. Alright, so we want to upgrade these lasers to rare, so they can shoot at asteroids further in the front. I think that helps more, that they can shoot sooner at asteroids than the amount we lose by getting sidetracked a little bit more often. We want to bring some steam tanks on, and I guess we want to change this steel belt. That was just a copy of the Bringer of Independence, which has the artillery shells on board. We don't need it. We're gonna need cargo base for flexibility, basically. Why do I have so many fuel cells on board here? What the heck did I do? I guess I messed up the... Right, we're not gonna waste those. We're gonna deliver those then. I probably should not... If I want to test if everything works automatically, I should not artificially bring over 2000 fuel cells to Aquilo. There's that. But then launching all of this up cost me a lot, man. It cost me a lot. Right, yeah, so... I think I'm gonna take a small break then. We're gonna have to wait for Aquilo signs to be launched up. That's gonna take like 10 more minutes or so. Maybe I'm just gonna grab a quick bite to eat. I think I need to change the power network as well, actually. That is not great. I have a backup power source for today. So we're gonna switch over. The stream is not as far from finished still, but the first part of the stream has been concluded successfully. Aquilo Science is going. Now we just gotta make sure it keeps going for the upcoming 13 hours. Which means Vulcanus needs more resources. This is going again now. Yeah, Vulcanus is weak on resources. We did clear out the demolishers, but we did not set up the new mining patches yet. We did our quintuple kill over here, the quintuple medium demolisher kill with the turrets. We're gonna need to, this is essential as well, we need to complete our demolisher graveyard with the big one and the behemoth. That is mostly what we need to do. And we need to hook up the rest of the resources on Aquilo as well. But I think that can be secondary. It's working as this. So there is no need to do that now. I think we're better off probably going to... We're gonna go to Norvis, remake the Mike Hendons into Aquilo worthy ship, but then we're gonna fly it to Vulcanus first. Maybe we'll do a test flight to Aquilo. Maybe we'll do Aquilo first. That's not too much work, and then fly to Vulcanus to do the the behemoth demolisher things. And then after all that is done, that's probably going to be tomorrow, we're going to fly back to Norvis and build our solar system edge ship. We do need fusion power for that to be completed, or at least, well, to power the ship we need the fusion power. So we do need to set up the fusion cells as well. Fusion power plant and cells. Fusion power plant and fuel cells and startup kit. That's probably tomorrow's though. Yeah, the first thing we need to do is kind of want to set up the quantum processors though. Maybe quantum processors will do first. Vulcanus strengthen. Strengthening Vulcanus is the more boring part, I suppose. Behemoth Demolisher Combat. We tested that. I forgot how to do it though. I didn't completely forget how to do it, but I'm not gonna say that's gonna go well immediately. Why am I on the tech screen? That means progress is not being made. Sorry about that, I thought I was on an interesting screen. I should just fly off as soon as I got the 33k signs, but as soon as I got all signs on board. There's no benefit in waiting for the rest of it. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. We save. Quick break. There's not much I can do anyway. We need to wait for the ship to load and then we can do all the things we wanted to do, but we're always afraid to ask. I'll be back in a bit. Alright. How's it going? Okay, all of the signs stocks have been launched up. 97k on board, so we are indeed waiting for the last of it. Theoretically, we should be back on Norvis before science runs out. $42k science left on Norvis. We might, if it looks like we're running low, we might need to switch back into mech armor for a little bit to keep the science graph up there. Because we started basically as soon as we had Aquila signs on Norvis, which is a little bit dangerous, but if we keep an eye on it, we should be fine. Okay. Yes, we indeed have half of the Holmium we still have on board. We should have blues and LDSs on board still. We don't have blues and LDSs on board. Okay, that is not good. Or is that because we stole them last time? Might be because we stole them last time. 6k remaining. Yeah, we have 8 launches left, so I suppose that's fine. Okay, 2000 is on the way. I don't think we can leave. It takes too long for our rocket to fly. And arrive at my spaceship. We can only leave if there is 0 on the way. I think there's going to be 2000 on the way before there is 0 on the way. There we go, on the way 2000. Alright, so we'll just have to wait it out then. I can read chat a bit and answer some questions. I wanted to do 0.001. Yeah, I wanted to do 1000 times science cost run just for fun. I'm guessing it's just going to be make one science pack of each kind, and then spend 1 hour making the materials for the rocket silo. And I'm not really sure that's going to be very fun, but we'll see. I want to try this in that world just to prove to myself that's impossible. I'm pretty sure it's impossible to do this in that world. But we could try the opening in that world and see if we change our mind. I'm gonna say it's impossible though. We could turn this into a mega base and just go beyond the end game and just see if it's possible to get over the hump of expensive infinite technologies. I'm not really sure I really want to do that though, because I will need to up my science per minute, most likely, and I have no intentions of building another same factory on Fulgora on some different island somewhere in the south or something. We're also going to be running in UPS problems if I need to double my base size. I guess once everything is running, we can check right now. How much UPS can I still do? This is one-time game speed. If you can run 60 UPS, you can play the game, and UPS savings is absolutely not important. Only once you go below, you want to go to the point where you start saving UPS. I can still stream and do almost 2 times game speed at the same time. So I think we are still alright. But if I would double my base size, we would drop below 60 UPS for sure. Then we would need, things like fast inserters to reduce inserter consumption time. We can actually, let's just look at this for fun. I should delete all this again. How is it called? Entity time usage. Inserters should be pretty high in the grand thing of it. It's like 5 to 6. Inserters is almost half of that. The rest is all 0, 0, 0, 0. Inserters is a lot because I have all the inefficient inserters. If we look here, well, the achievement is on top of it. I cannot delete the achievement, that is illegal. We have 8 milliseconds update time of the 16 millisecond threshold. So most of it is entity update, and most of entity update is inserters. Are we flying already? No, we have 1000 signs left to go. Alright, this is the moment then. I need to save. 2024, it's almost the year we are living in. Aquilo. Flight with Science 2. Alright, so we gotta keep an eye on Norvis. We are gonna test the rocket system here now. So we are gonna launch right now. We should exceed 10 kilometers a second. Immediately. Alright, so now the fuel plants are working again. This is gonna work. This is not gonna deadlock basically ever. Practically speaking, it's never gonna deadlock. Theoretically speaking, of course, we can get hit by cosmic rays and have bit flips and whatnot. Right, so we are on the way back to Norvis. The Gleben science ship is running. I probably should look at the asteroids a little bit for the first part of the journey, the dense part. But yeah, we are not exceeding 60 kilometers a second on the way out. So we are 25% safer than on the way in. Although that is a nasty combination of asteroids which is spawning in front of my ship. But we have more time to shoot them, so hopefully it's gonna go well. Complete all technologies is gonna be boring. I had that idea to do that. I had to research all technologies on Norvis. Just to prove it could be done with laser turrets, but it would not be interesting, man. It would just be a lot of repetitive clearing nests with laser turrets and walling them in and hooking up new resources and waiting a lot for techs to be done. Right, so yeah, 60 kilometers is definitely safe. 80 kilometers per second is too fast, but we have no option. If we want this ship to fly automated that way, it's gonna be the way it's gonna be. Yeah, I gotta check out that mod as well, that research multipliers for the decimal multipliers. Alternatively, I could set all the science costs in the game to 1 manually by editing that file. There's a Lua file which defines all the costs of the research project, so you can manually go through each technology, delete and divide it by 1000. I think the minimum is 1, so all techs will be 1 science except for things like atomic bomb and the last of the late game technologies. The bit sound, yeah, it's also the alert sound. Yeah. keeps you alert. Oh hey SDB. I mean, we're gonna research mech armor on the way to the solar system edge because we're gonna finish it. We can reward ourselves with the mech armor at least once we get back. Let's keep an eye on Norvis. We still need to go... I cannot flip the schedule now either to go to Fulgora first, because then we'll be arriving too late on Norvis with the science, unless I just spend a little bit more time going through. Unless I spend a little bit more time going to mech armor instead of Aquilo science, which would delay us. How is it going? 1.2k science packs left per chest. It's kind of bad that this chest is hogging a little bit because it cannot output all the time. This is the chest that only sometimes puts science on the belt. The other ones should get drawn empty pretty equal, as we can see. But the last ones are kind of hogging, which means there's going to be up to 16,000 science packs in here, which are going to be put on the belt not fast enough. So that's bad. I guess we have that here as well, so it's 32,000 science actually, which means that's about half an hour of science production, which is gonna need to be buffered up in here. I think we have to switch back to mech armor a little bit more in order to not completely run out of science on Navis. Or I have to request a lot less science packs into these chests to lower that amount. But I don't think I will do that. I think we need to just put like half an hour more into mech armor. 20 minutes maybe. For now I won't do it. These chests are not empty yet. We can do it at the last moment. Man, this trip surely takes a long time. Alright, hopefully I don't disconnect while picking this back up. And 30 science packs. I guess with 1/1000 science costs it will cost 3 science packs. I think you need if you do regular Factorio, vanilla Factorio, remember you need 1300 yellows and 1600 purples. Or in other words, you need to complete 1 recipe of yellow science for 3 science packs and 1 recipe of purple science for 3 science packs. And that'll get you all the tags you need. You need Productivity Module 3, Speed Module 3 and Rocket Silo. So 3 science packs of each type. And you can beat vanilla Factorio with 1/1000 times science cost. Yeah, I think we're gonna arrive too late on Navis. I think we're gonna run out here. There's gonna be too much science stuck in these chests. And yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We need to... The buffers need to be full basically. Like these. Because if the buffers are full, then all the chests are loaded as much as they need instead of asking more than their fair share. Once this chest is full, it will only be replenished at the rate it is being emptied, instead of at the rate which is like basically its equal share. So the last chest is getting emptied slower, it will receive science slower, so more science goes into these chests, and everything will be fine once the buffers are full. But that requires at least 32,000 science packs to sit in these chests, so we're gonna be dropping to Navis manually, so we can fix that. Let's on the way to Navis now. Let's drop that in there. Looks like we lost 5 walls and 5 platforms this time, so that's more than we lost last time. For the rest, I don't need to drop anything to Navis manually, but ourselves. And we can start with the second part of the stream. Nice, I'm quite happy with how the first part went though. I think I redeemed myself after yesterday's super chaotic building of the actual Aquilo science base. Actually turning it on went pretty buttery smooth. So, good job. Streaming Mike. I'm sure the other mics are going to be quite happy with that. And now we just gotta not forget about the heat over here, that this can run out at some point. But that's going to be far in the future. Yeah, we're going to do other stuff first. Let me grab my headphones. Oh, this track is so good. I think they made a change in the coding. You can see which track is playing here. It used to be random, and you could get the hero track as well. The hero track is like a more exciting version of one of the tracks. In this case, the hero track is Space 2 Hero. I don't think you can get that anymore randomly. You only get the hero track the moment you first land on a planet. The hero track plays, and then it never plays again. I don't know why, but that seems to have changed at some point, I think. I'm not sure that's true, but that is how it feels. Man, yeah, this is back to the olden days when we just started traveling the solar system, man. 80 kilometers a second, trying to survive the asteroid onslaught. Alright, so we should be dropping automatically. Oh, I should keep an eye on the signs. 400 packs are still in there. We might arrive on time, at least for now. The problem is not gonna go away though. I'm launched amidst all the science packs, alright. See where we end up. Yeah, we might be alright. We might not need a full 32,000 because all the chests are gonna be filled to 8,000 now. This looks nice. All the chests are gonna be filled to 8,000 now. And these are not going to be overfilled. And it looks like then we only need the 8,000 science packs. 2,000 in every chest. It's going to go down to that. But these will not run out completely before they are being filled. So I think we maybe don't need to change to mech armor then. And the timer can keep ticking. That's a lot of science being offloaded at the same time. Yeah, this is the first true test of this landing pad area then, because now we're doing the maximum amount of science packs. Everything everywhere is working all the time now. I'm most worried actually about Norvis's power situation. I think we're gonna rely on steam power a bit more. The backup steam power. Have that switch on just a little bit earlier. Let's grab this. How full is this thing anyway now? Okay, not very full. Okay, well, that is the last of the science which is being offloaded. So we have that on board before this is all loaded, which is good. This time we are gonna load all of the fuel cells. Holmium is still half full as well. Alright, so one of the things we gotta do is set up automatic repairs. I think we can already do that. I got, if I just say I want to have 200 on board of those. We're gonna have 200 on board of those. Let's say 100. 100 walls. That is gonna block the all requests satisfied though. So maybe I should not yet do that. Let's wait until the ship leaves. And then we can do that. It's gonna take a bit of time for Norvis to go. The plastic transports to Vulcanus have to start up again. So we're finally making Vulcan signs again. All of my power plants are just so on the edge. It's just not funny. Demolisher stone deposit fields are working beautifully as well still. Yeah, purple signs should start up as well at some point. Okay, it has started up. We are just waiting for the ships. A little bit out of sync, but nothing too crazy. These ships are more complicated. We have plastic transports to Vulcanus, calcite transports back, and science pack transports back. And everything is pretty bulky, so we have 2 ships doing this. This was the earlier version, before we had nuclear power, by the way. And we needed a lot of solar panels to power the laser turrets. And we could not fly to Fulgora really well. Flying to Fulgora required more accumulators instead of cargo base. And flying very, very slow for the last little bit. Alright. So I expect this to get worse. So basically what I want to do... Do I want to switch this to rocket fuel is the question. Because I think at some point we're just running out of solid fuel. Okay, I already set this pretty high. I'm just gonna have the steam power plant help out at night, just to be sure. Until I see that the accumulators don't dip too far anymore. So I'm gonna say as soon as the accumulators are being used whatsoever, we are going to want to start using steam power again. Don't have constant combinators or whatever. So yeah, I have to do this manually. Right, so here we go. We're using fuel in the night. Alright, steam shot at 20%, I think that is still fine. The extra steam. We cannot supply all these steam engines with the amount of boilers that we have access to. So we have extra steam in here which can enable all these steam turbines. Or steam engines. I guess we're gonna keep solid fuel in there. Yeah, right. That's fine. Because these bots, for instance, which loading the plastic, they take a lot of energy. I could maybe set up some extra rocket silos somewhere else, which just load plastics with inserters. And that way, those would launch immediately once the Vulcan ships arrive. Even if I just do like 10 silos sitting ready with plastics, that's gonna save me a whole bunch of that bot loading. So that might be something to put down here. I'm gonna write that down. That is maybe a decent idea. Save some power. Norvis plastic inserter loaded rocket silos, and those can be loaded ahead of time. So while the Vulcan ships are not here. Right. Let's throw these away. My inventory. Back on Norvis. Rocket fuel might be less efficient, but they have more, like we can only transport so many items per second on this yellow belt. I guess I could upgrade it maybe, or add extra solid fuel from here, but we only have so much solid fuel that can sit on the belt, so much energy that can sit on the belt. So we might run out of fuel if we go for a long stint, and rocket fuel won't have that problem because there will be so much energy sitting on the belt. Too much energy perhaps. The boilers are going to stay active for too long, for most of the day, so probably we don't need to do that. So let's see if we don't dip under, what is it, 25? Megas anymore. So you can see here it dipped down steeply to 60, then it becomes slightly less steep when steam kicks in. So hopefully we should end up with less deep troughs, but of course the base is going to use more power pretty soon because of the Vulcan science stuff. There goes the repair bots again. I keep forgetting about those. Here comes EM science, space science. Let's have the Johnnies shoot me for a bit while the bots repair the damage again. Guy repairing the silo takes too long every time. I'm gonna get myself massacred at some point. Alright, but they won't be flying out again. The solar system edge ship is already designed, but I'm not gonna build it yet. That's gonna be tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow's stream is gonna be all about escaping the solar system. Today we're gonna basically make sure that science keeps going during the entire time that it is needed. I'm feeling so relaxed right now, man. I have so much time. I'm pretty sure I actually am grossly overestimating how much time I actually have. Let's even just switch on logistics network for a bit, you know? Just let the bots supply me with all the stuff I think I might need. While we delete this blueprint because we no longer need it. Right. So what actually has priority to do right now? How is Vulcanus doing? Let's check the individual mining sites. Okay, we did add some mining drills to the patches already, so we can mine all of the tungsten. Before we had only the beaconed ones in the center. It doesn't look like this is gonna have shortages incredibly soon. How about coal? Also hooked up this extra coal patch. This is mostly idle. I don't have proper like site balancers on here, so we're still drawing from different sources. Okay, we use accumulator power on Vulcanus, but it's not that bad. We are using lots of plastics now. But I think we still should be fine. Yeah, the main source of my worries is Norvis, so we should stay on Norvis for a little bit. The power network on Norvis. to be more precise. Okay, that's definitely way less deep than this one was, with the steam power switching on immediately. So maybe that'll solve it. How are the biter zoos doing? Can we already see some flickering? Not really. Guess it'll take a while. We waited for quite a long time before we started neutralizing pollution again. So the pollution is still too dense to actually see it switch off, because we are there's a maximum speed at which one nest can absorb pollution. So we'll have to wait for that a bit. I think the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna upgrade the my ship, my personal ship over here. Do I just turn my ship into the solar system edge ship? No, I don't, because I don't have fusion power, which I need, and I don't need to fly out to the solar system edge ever. And the ship is not suitable for Prometheum science, that is not going to be in the cards. So we don't need to do that. That was so expensive. I think we need to just drop those fuel cells back down. Ow. That is like 50 rocket launches per drop slot, 100 rocket launches wasted, 150, 200 rocket launches wasted. Alright. That is basically how much we want to have on board. That was pretty Uchi. I'm now gonna say I don't want any steel on the ship. I'm gonna force that down. I want to draw empty these belts. I'm pretty sure if I delete a belt, the steel is gonna be wasted. Let me check that, so I can just do this. Yeah, there's no regular steel on here. The belt is in there, but the steel gets deleted. If I want the steel back... Wait, did it get deleted? Yeah, it does get deleted. These are not putting it back on the belt. Do I care about 10,000 steel? I have time, so I might as well. We might as well. We're just gonna let those rip, I think. All I need to do is disconnect the belt. It's gonna put steel in here. Then we just have to send the steel down to Norvis automatically, as such. And that should slowly draw empty this entire grid. We'll see. We won't wait for it if we don't need to, but... yeah, let's copy the good design improvements we did from Aquilo Explorer. Which means... we want these tanks here. Which means we need pipes here as well. There's the first change. The second change is we want to upgrade all laser turrets. I think this is not going to take too long, actually. Laser turret to rare laser turret. Over the entire ship. Alright. We got rid of these cargo bays actually. The cargo bays now go down here. think this part is still the same. Except for the cargo base and the laser turrets, maybe. Yeah, there's some extra laser turrets and some cargo base there. So we're gonna have to wait for... I don't care about this 10,000 steel, man. Let's just get rid of it. I think the Johnny silo is switched off, right? Yeah, we're not requesting automatically. Okay, so we can switch this on for now. Just to see what we need. And start making the alterations. So what else changed on this ship? We have extra of these things. Alright. Yeah, there is no option. We have to do it. The steel goes, so be it. I am not patient enough to wait for that. Yeah, that steel is deleted. Alright. I've got to make sure we don't interrupt all the signals and whatnot. Now we have a little bit of an issue. Alright, let's send down stuff which we definitely don't need to carry on the ship. We don't need to carry... this has been deconstructed, I suppose. Alright. I think we no longer need any big mining drills that are not rare on the ship. Those days are gone. Alright. So we have a little bit of space. That means I can actually delete one of these. And not spill everything. We're gonna have to remodel that to fit straight under. Which means this is gonna go as well. These have signals. I don't think they're an essential part of the connection though. I think they were just reading the belt stuff. Alright, so we can do this basically. If we do that one at a time, we should be alright. Okay, and then we go diagonal. Alright. Okay, so we remodeled that part without failing. Do I need rare? I think I need rare cargo base for the other ship. I'm gonna use the uncommon ones that I have, I think. Okay, we don't have a lot of rare cargo base. We do have these. 33, is that enough? I need 30. Alright, so that's enough. Okay, let's start with that. We can launch up 30 uncommon cargo base. Okay, these are occupied. We'll go to the Johnny silo. Alright. So we want to downgrade these. But before we downgrade those, we want to actually expand storage first. Or we will again run into inventory issues. Okay, they should be arriving. Alright, that was the first set. And now we can actually downgrade these with the next launch that comes in. It's alright. And the final set is launched. Alright. Okay, then we can send down the rare cargo base. We will reuse those on the solar system edge ship. I'm pretty sure that was the idea. It's been a while since I looked at it. Right? Now we have the space to copy this setup over here. That should allow me to create water fast enough for the nuclear plant. That was the idea of this part of the setup. I do need red bells for that, which I probably just sent down like an idiot. In fact, this entire belt is already blocked for some reason. Okay, I have green belts on board, so I guess we'll temporarily upgrade to green so it works before changing back to red, so we request it again. Alright. I think those were the most important changes. We have the connections and the laser turrets at the back then. Now we can slowly paste everything without shift clicking. I can paste everything except for the central hub. So maybe I just do this without this. And then try to paste it on this ship and see if I have everything. Heat pipe is in the way. Alright, there we go. So that also should copy all the connections I made on the new ship, if any. I don't remember really. So now we just need to launch up the missing things. And we're gonna do that manually, I suppose. Because it's all like partial stacks. Let's first grab whatever we have thrown down in here. Yeah, this might have been a not so great idea. Okay, we'll have to bring that back later. Alright, we collected all of that. We still are full of trash items. I forgot about that. So, steel and fuel cells. Fine. Alright, I counted 24 red belts. I have to look here a few times. 10 and 2 with 4 pipes. Alright. 8 reservoirs, 4 rare chemical plants if I have them. I don't think I'm carrying those. And neither of those. Four chemical plants and 9 reservoirs. What is he doing? Yeah, it looks like yeah, if you deconstruct stuff on belts, the stuff on the belts is not preserved. That could be important if you have belts full of legendary Mark III modules. I don't know if that was changed. I think that was changed at some point. I think it is changed to... it was a problem that your... It got all cluttered up with those asteroids, right? If you have asteroids on belts and you would deconstruct the belts, each unstackable asteroid would go in your inventory. And it would be full of asteroids. Right, 4 more. There should be not much left now. Three. 4 rare crushers and 94 laser turrets, alright. Crushers I don't carry either. I'm not even sure I got 94 rare laser turrets left. Alright. And maybe some modules, but the game's only gonna tell me about the modules after the stuff is on board. So perhaps I should take a look myself. Now we can just do laser turrets though. We're gonna need, looks like 8 of those efficiency modules. And for the rest it's just laser turrets. Alright. Hopefully these rockets are not busy now. They will be busy a lot of the time. Okay, they are busy. How is power? Power does... Yeah, that made the difference, man, switching on that steam earlier. That is a lot more reliably looking. I'm just manually gonna launch these up real quick. Okay, those are launched automatically. Back to automatic. That is the overall of Mike Hendon's complete. Aquilo overhaul for Mike Hendon's complete. And instead of having 10,000 steel on belts, I never thought I would say it, the cargo bays are a better solution. If a little bit more boring, but killed 262,100 and something behemoth biters after 526 hours. 262,000 biters killed. If you compare that to the amount of spitters, let's say behemoth, 7,000. Because all the biter zoos consist of, well, biters, not spitters. The spitters are too dangerous. So that is where all the kills are coming from. The biter zoos have killed 255,000 behemoth biters, probably, approximately, absorbing 400 pollution each. That's 40 million pollution absorbed right there from the map, which otherwise would have gone into, you know, legitimate biter bases, probably. Still have that on. Unit group info. So good job, biter zoos, for making this playthrough a whole lot calmer. Okay, let's check if the Mike Hendons is actually done. Okay, no stuff is missing. Steel can disappear. So now we can... Hey! Research with cryogenics. I gotta save here. Quantum processor. That is not a spelling mistake. You cannot check your bingo card. Only 5.5 hours until fusion reactor, and then only 5.5 hours till solar system edge. We've got 11 hours to go. $11 hours till solar system edge. Are you gonna make casino ship? No, that requires a lot higher level of technology to be really effective. Pianodon's next. I would consider just playing through the opening a bit, but I am not planning on completing a Pianodon playthrough, I don't think. I kinda zone out a little bit when all the recipes become next arbitrary, not arbitrary, but next arbitrary feeling recipe with a deeply chemical name that I don't really understand anyway, and then just like chain 17 of those in a row to get one item for one of the 3 items for the science pack. That's not really my thing, that kind of scaling. I do like this kind of scaling though. Keeps things simple, and I mean, I like building aesthetically pleasing bases, you know. There's no way I can pull it off with Pianodons, let's just be real. I don't think those things exist unless you build like a Doshington style C-block base. That actually looked pretty nice, but that is outside of my expertise for sure. Pianodons up to logistics science is not too bad, alright. No promises though, no promises. I'm gonna take a break, I think. Like 1 or at least a week after this is done. Maybe not, I don't know what I'm gonna do, man. I have no idea. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send all the unnecessary stuff down. That's what I'm gonna do. What do we really need on the ship? Not a lot of things. We do keep the rare drills. I mean, we are done with building, really. So I'm just gonna send these down to Norvis. If we're gonna be building those, it's gonna be on Norvis. This is part of the speed kit. I guess modules we will keep. Not this many though. 250. 254. That's gonna drop most of them. 4 for the speed control. We no longer need speed control, do we? We are either flying max speed through the inner solar system or without speed in the outer solar system. I guess we keep it on board for the flexibility though. Actually, I don't have these on board. Okay, so one of the things we should be shooting up is 4 speed modules for the beacon speed controls. Efficiencies, productivities, qualities, just a little bit. We have to shoot up some what's it called? Mark III modules as well. Or do we? I don't have any left really. I guess they're better off on the ship than in my inventory though. So I'll just launch those up. So let's go do that right now. And then the next ship will get the other ones. I don't have efficiency trees on here. Should I? Not sure. I'm gonna keep the quality building materials, I guess. How many of those do I have? 800. Okay, I think I want more. We're gonna put some, at least a rocket silo worth of stuff on board. So that means if we want 5 rocket silos worth of stuff, that means 2000 of these engines, 1200 more. 1000 blue chips. I'm just also gonna put the pipes on there. What the heck, why not? 500 pipes. 5000 concrete, oh god. Maybe it's not necessary. Oh yeah, this is not necessary. The blue chips though are necessary. Blue chips and electric engines. For the rest it's steel, concrete and pipes, which should be makeable on location, but the electric engines can be a problem to make if you want rocket silos. So I'm gonna grab those. Let's quickly do this so the bots don't bring over more stuff. We'll delete everything again from the inventory, which shouldn't be there. It's 1%. I thought science was stuck. How are we doing? 92,000 science. How is Norvis doing? I still want to keep an eye on the science chest. 2.4k. I think we're going to be alright. It's about the same as last time, and it should be, I suppose. Alright. Then let me switch this off. We want to launch some regular steel on board. Let's go 4k, some regular iron and regular copper as well. We have a lot of inventory space now, so we can kinda do this. We don't have quality red chips on board. Okay, we're gonna launch all of that up as well. We'll let the bots handle that. 4k iron, 4k chips. temporarily. So now we're basically just making a kit which we can use to make alterations on every planet without actually us requiring to bring much. Save number has reached this year. We're going into the future now. Alright, there goes the iron. We need 4,000 greens and 2,000 of the chips. $4,000 greens. I'm gonna bring some more reds, I think. 4,000 reds. And then I guess we have 2,000 right now of the quality reds. 1,000 quality blues. And let's also request some emergency rocket parts on board. 2,000. Even rocket fuel, I think. We should have the inventory space. I should not go completely overboard with this though, because we also want to transport like carbon fiber and whatnot with this ship from Glaba and from Volgora, all the stuff. I guess, yeah, we don't need this. We have that automatically available. I know we need only 1,000 for 5 silos. So that's we'll bring all of them. Alright. I think that should kind of complete that should kind of be it for the set of stuff which I want to send up there. Maybe I should bring some bricks as well, because those are used for furnaces and refineries, and they are not always easy to get on other planets. I think we no longer need to make concrete on Novis really. Alright. Throwing a little bit of concrete in here. A little bit of bricks in here. And 2,000 bricks will launch up. 1,000 bricks. We won't need any bricks, I'm pretty sure. Red chips are important for all kinds of things like roboports, modules and whatnot. Let's bring those. Too lazy. Right? So how much have I messed this up already? Okay, we still have plenty of space. Okay, we still need to grab 1,300 of those though. Alright, so we got all of this stuff. We got steel. And quality steel. We got iron and quality iron. We don't have any regular copper. Let's grab some regular copper. Alright. Quality copper. So that's done. Green chips with quality green chips. Red chips with quality red chips. That is still gonna come. We have this. We have this. We have too many of this. Let's send that back down. I think I just manually sent it up, but oh well. We got 2k low densities. We are launching up the rocket fuel. We are waiting for the engines are on board as well. We are waiting for the bricks. Right, I guess the plastic ship is here, so that takes priority. Yeah, okay, plastic ship is here. So that's being launched up first. Alright, the troughs are deepening again. It could be variance. How is Aquilo Science? 1.5k. The ship is still here. Yeah, we are... Okay, the last 2,000 are on the way. So we might get some... Did we not sustain any damage? I think one wall got... No, we did not sustain any damage during the third return flight, I don't think. Perhaps the asteroids are more lenient when we are not looking, so I guess let's not look. But the ship should be departing any moment now. Yeah, reaching the edge of the solar system is going to be the end condition, at least for now. We might continue, but that is the beating the game condition. For sure. There we go. So we should get a tiny slingshot, but not like the extreme one. We're already dropping down to 60 kilometers a second before we get into trouble too much, so that is alright. Fusion at 4% now. It does feel so sluggish, man, but it's 6,000 signs per minute. Alright. So. We were checking the ship, I think. Yeah, the last things are loaded. This is on board. This is on board. This is on board. The rocket fuel is the last thing. Alright. We got some belts, underground splitter. I guess we should launch up like 500 blue belts as well. I think we used all of those. Right. So this ship has all the supplies intact. I think the next thing we should do is make sure the Aquilo ship can get repaired. Do we need to fully automate that, or do we just need to just make a bunch of walls, grab a bunch of walls? Okay, so what might we lose on the Aquilo ship? What is in front? We're gonna lose walls. We might lose an asteroid collector. We might lose inserters or belts or underground belts if things get really bad. Inserters, belts and underground belts. Okay, so let's grab those. We'll have a stack of each on board. A stack of belts, a stack of underground belts. It's not very likely that those get destroyed, but you know, if they get destroyed, That's going to be a problem. We have inserters on board already. Okay, so we don't need the inserters. For the rest is rare laser turrets, the light is alright, the solar panels we no longer need. We could add some more. We could add some more laser turrets in the front. No, we can't because the nuclear plant is limited already. Yeah, this was the maximum amount of laser turrets we can power at the same time. Already slightly over. So we'll keep the solar panels. They actually will help a little. For the rest, there's nothing else we can crucially lose. If we lose this splitter, then the ship is dead anyway. Alright, so we'll just launch those things to Aquilo Explorer. So we wish to have on board. I guess I should set it smart. If I say I wish to have on board one of those, it will only get replenished we can do the custom and minimum payload thing, just to make sure we don't exceed the stack. So now we'll launch up 25 inserters as soon as we drop below 25. That is how I'm reading this. So I guess if we do that for every stack, we will never exceed one stack size. We want to have 50, and we custom minimum payload of 50. I guess we keep these on board for flexibility. We don't need to exchange those. Same for then bells and undergrounds. I hope it works the way I think it does here. I just don't want to waste the space on the ship for more than a stack of each type of thing. I guess I should do 26. Just one above the threshold. Or I will launch up only half of the things. Alright, the walls. We might need more walls than this. So we'll go 101 then, I suppose. With a full load. Laser turrets 50, that's alright. That's gonna be... We can have less laser turrets, right? Let's say we want to have 20 laser turrets on board. Actually, we can switch that off. $26, and the minimum payload is 25. Come on, it doesn't save like that. Alright. The ship is coming back, so I should be quick with this. That basically means I want to have like a couple stacks of those things sitting around there. Except for what we will launch up. I'm just gonna supply a line, and that's gonna be good enough. I'm pretty sure. A stack of pipes. No, not pipes. Not pipes. laser turrets. Don't have that many. I'm just gonna put one stack there for now. Alright, so those should get launched up. And this is all back up. Okay, so Y pipes. I'm not sure why pipes are on there. I guess they're on there though, so let's grab them. Past Mike thought pipes was a good idea. We'll add them. They're on the ship already though. We need repair packs. Repair packs and walls. Those are the important 2 bits. Those are what gets destroyed the most. Okay, plastic ship is here again. Okay, we're still on the way to Novis. Okay, so how is science? How is science? We should make sure we not run out of science. 200 remaining, that's not a lot. 2.9k in these chests now. I don't think we're bringing enough science to fully load everything. I guess the way to solve it for now is it's gonna cause a gap in the science graph at some point. $210. It's so thin. We're almost there though. I know this is not true automation, but I'd say that's going to be close enough to have that sitting around in the chests. Alright, so now if we grab this. Wait, custom minimum payload is custom minimum payload. Who would have thought? I thought it would just launch up stacks of 50, but it actually launches up 51. Alright. That's not exactly what I wanted. That means I should do the requests. Okay, I can just do the request as a full stack then. And set custom minimum payload to 1. That is very wasteful. But sure. That way we'll just replenish. Exactly what is lost, I suppose. Okay, 25 laser turrets then, because those are too valuable to carry around in so big stacks, so let's change that. Then it's going to be space platforms. 200 with custom minimum payload 1. Okay, this works actually more intuitive than I thought. That's why I didn't figure it out in the first go, I suppose. Because it's so intuitive. Anyway. It does look like we are bringing about 150 fuel cells to Aquilo every trip. Oh, I did not check how close it was. Okay, these reach 8K. Alright. Okay, we're waiting for the laser turrets now. Or are we? They already get launched. Or is a different ship taking... probably a different ship is taking priority again. We're launching up the LDSs at the moment, apparently. Right, so that's fine. Though this is the way then we automatically replenish our losses. If we lose one wall, we will be spending 2 launches on sending up 1 space platform and 1 wall piece, but I don't care. As long as everything is a neat stack size, I'm happy. Pipes should be walls. This is my early game pipe instincts getting through there. I think I got pipes there because that can, if I lose a pipe, it can break the fluid. Like if I lose this pipe, it could break like an important part of the power plant, which causes the entire thing to crumble apart. The question is, I probably should also put some underground pipes in there then. I wish you could set custom minimum payload to 1 automatically. That way would make building spaceships a whole lot easier without all the clutter you end up with usually. Or stuff not getting launched because you don't possess 50, I don't know, heat exchangers or whatever. Okay, we're spending a significant amount of time to load up again here. Yes, this one is launching 6 space platform foundations. This one is launching 100 walls. And this one's launching 6 walls. 3 walls, really? Alright, whatever. Maybe one more bot is supposed to put 3 walls in there. Alright, so I think I like that. So that is the repair kit. Aquilo repair kit. I think we might do something similar for the Solar System Edge ship. Except some of the numbers are going to be slightly bigger. Hey Rexies, that's the minimum payload bug. Alright, so the Aquilo ship has left. That's alright. I have a bad feeling about this. I'm just gonna change back to mech armor just for like 20 minutes or so. I think I'm gonna lose the science graph due to this not stacking up right. Because none of the chests are entirely full just yet. Which means the imbalance is still getting bigger. So... not enough logistics at work. Oh god, they are carrying... Not sure what happened there. Okay, these are all exact amounts now. That's good. Right. I don't know why this happened. Well, I guess we need one of these chests to just sit there. Okay, let's clean up those other fuel cells. And the rest of the things. Steel, chips, modules, machinery, all of that can go. Is it time to automate pipes? I think I need a couple more underground pipes. Minimum stack size, yeah. I figured it out. Minimum stack is what the rocket will launch, but really, I thought I just saw something different. I'm gonna check that out. You're probably right. I'm just imagining I saw something different. I just want to make the last underground pipes of the playthrough. And I'm not gonna use foundries for it. Alright, 3 chests of pipes, that should be alright. The rest goes in here. I guess we can do it with 1 chest worth of assemblers. Hand feeding madness. Probably one of the last times. Right, no more of that. That's all the underground pipes we will need. So I'm gonna bring some of those to over here, because that is what we have over here. Oh, that's looking alright. Alright, so that's another job done. Aquilo's ship will be automatically replenished, and I think we can switch back to fusion power now. I think that was the little bit of oomph that we needed to make sure the science graph doesn't fall. Alright. I think we're even gonna throw away the modules, the Mark III modules, to the designated chests down there, as we'll no longer be needing them. That is too far. Should have some chests over here. Yeah, there they go. Right. I think I'm happy with Norvis for the time being. I have faith in that the bells will continue to feed everything. The pollution has still not retreated all the way to the Biter Zoos, but I don't think it's expanding anymore, at least. The power graph was looking alright last time we checked. Yeah, I don't think we'll get power trouble at all anymore. Steam buffer tank, check it out, still full. Maybe we're just producing slightly too much pollution now for everything to keep up with the biolabs and the steam power plant being on again. But yeah, I think we're gonna be alright. How is oil doing? This is almost full again. Alright, I think the time will come. I'm not gonna expand the oil tank further. The time will come that we will start producing less oil than the infinite minimum production we've been doing for the last 250 hours or more. Once these tanks fill up too far, we won't be able to store all the oil anymore, and production will go below the infinite minimum, or at least the transport capacity will go below the infinite minimum, which means production will follow. It's fine though, we have so much oil in store. This is basically, in default settings, it's 2 oil tanks, right? 50k. This is the equivalent in default settings for my oil field. So it's not that much over the top, but it is a little bit over the top. Alright. Let me check. I had made a list. Do I want plastic and solar loaded rocket silos? I think not, unless we have really got extra time. We have transformed the Mike Handy ship. Let's check out the Biter Zoos. How are they on repair packs? Those need to be replenished every once in a while. Here, this is what we are looking for. Look at that. So this is, we are absorbing the pollution again. We are vacuuming it in. We got 2 nests on this location, so it goes a little bit faster perhaps. Okay, we lost like 66 since the last time we checked, and I don't even remember when that was. So alright, I think we can quickly flick through it over here. 600, 600, 66666. Alright, everything is fine. Alright, Biter Zoos are fine. We should have tons of copper now. Yeah, 200k copper is complete. So this temporary copper field can probably just disappear again. I don't really care at the moment. I don't want to do things that are not necessary. I think we're going to Vulcanus now. Yeah, laser damage 7 did mess up the Biter Zoos. We already recalibrated. but it took quite a while to see the effect because the pollution had grown so dense in the meantime. You can see it's not working all the time, and it is filling up again with pollution. We need the behemoth biter to spawn so that pollution can get absorbed again at the rate it needs to be absorbed. And once the pollution is absorbed, the nest is saturated again, and further pollution cannot be absorbed for a while until the next behemoth spawns. Alright. How is Aquilo doing? Oh, that's the ship, probably. How the heck did I lose? What? How did I lose that wall? Alright, let's save Norvi's stable. I'm going to test that minimum rocket launch bug. Okay, so we can just use one of the space platforms for that, I suppose. So let's say I want to request walls with a minimum payload of 1, but I request 100. Am I going to request 100 rocket worth of walls? Or I suppose 33, because we got bot carry capacity 3. On the way 100. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, that is a bug. 63. 18. Okay, so it is not necessarily 1 per rocket, but it is an unnecessarily large amount of rockets. So I guess it's better if rocket silos are occupied. Let's test that theory real quick. Alright, so what? $200. $82. And we're launching. 18 and we're launching. Alright, so looks like it won't be more than 10 launches. But yeah, okay. That might be an issue. If we lose a lot of stuff. I don't really expect to lose that much. The walls, though, could mess me up. Alright, so let's change the walls then. We'll change the walls to be at least 10 or something. Let's however many bots make it there before it stops receiving items. Alright. That means stuff like the repair packs. And the repair packs, space platforms, and walls. Those are the things we're going to be losing a lot. So per 10 I will survive. We shouldn't lose more than 10 very often on a flight. We're actually in the dangerous part. That's if that spawns in front of the ship, we're not gonna survive unscathed, that's for sure. We do get a lot of kills in the nick of time though. That's pretty cool to see. Alright. How's Aquila doing? 55k signs in stock. Right, I think we are alright. So let's take the Michael Hendricks ship on its maiden voyage to Aquilo, perhaps. We need to go to Aquilo and we need to go to Vulcanus to do some resource stuff. Vulcanus, let's just check. Right, Vulcanus were using red belts to transport stuff around, and we're making those red belts on the planet itself, which means we should not have any trouble mining the remote stuff. Probably want to fight the demolishers before mining the remote stuff to make it a little bit easier to get them in there, because it's already a little bit tricky. We might have to reroute this belt temporarily to get the demolisher through, or something similar. Mining drills. I think we have mining drills on the planet even still. Like 50 in there. Right, we got 50 in there. We might need a lot of mining drills though. We'll launch up like 100 more. The Aquilo patches or the Vulcanus patches are pretty expensive in terms of mining drills. So yeah, we brought them over from Vulcanus on the ship to Norvis, and now we're launching them back up, right? Am I doing it on the wrong ship? No. Alright, from Norvis, because the game doesn't expect you to import big mining drills from Norvis. Logically. How much SPM? 6k about. 5904 is the magic number. It's gonna be about 10 more hours of research until we unlock the solar system edge. Alright, so we're gonna go here to Vulcanus. Do we have beacons and modules? I think we brought that over last time already, the mining package, so I'm gonna say we have enough. And we need to go to Aquilo. We already brought over the Aquilo supplies. We just need to expand on this, and we need to automate. Ideally, we need to automate bringing fuel over here, although if I just throw a couple chests of rocket fuel at this, that is gonna last me till the end of the game. We might just do that. How is the rocket fuel stash going anyway? We should be producing more than we consume. This is full. This is full. I guess it's pretty wavy in terms of consumption. The production is stable at 3.7k, and consumption, well, we are on an hour cycle, so the 1 hour graph should be accurate. 2.8k. And wildly swinging motion, and that's exactly why I wanted to have this ammonia tank and ice buffer to catch those 1 hour gaps in rocket fuel overproduction, underproduction. We might not be producing enough, actually. I counted I could destroy all the ice, but I can't. Okay, 1 second. Alright, never mind. That was weird. I thought someone was shaking the van, but just the wind picked up like a maniac out there. I really thought somebody was shaking it. It was weird. Especially with the headphones on, your senses are a little bit off. I had no idea what was going on. Alright. Okay, we're gonna keep an eye on rocket fuel then. So I think if we're going to go to Aquilo first, I think we're going to go to Aquilo first. And that's the least work, I think, to set up. With perhaps the most priority. We're going to take a little bit of extra rocket fuel in that case. We're not going to work yet on the quantum processors, I think. Do we? What does it take to make quantum processors anyway? 30-second crafting time. And that could be rough. Then if we want to make them, we probably want to have those prepared. I think we can just hand feed our way out of that in the rare cryo plants we've got. That's not going to be a problem. I don't think. So I'm gonna stash my ship full of rocket fuel in case, just in case. Just in case. We are underproducing on Aquilo. That might be the case. We can actually catch that for a bit. So we definitely have space for another 4K. On board. So let's start it, and I think then we can, when that is loaded, we are gonna go. We're gonna go on our ship to Aquilo. I think it's time. Let's go back to Aquilo. Literally unplayable. There, that's better. Important stuff we're doing. Okay, we bring the armor and that's it, I suppose. Oh god. Why? We're gonna have to go again this time. I'm so tired of this, man. You can't imagine. Seemed like such a fun idea at the time. We'll be stopping for dinner break at some point. I don't think so. I'm just gonna eat after the stream. Okay, here we go again. Hello, Johnnies. Nice to see you again. Okay, it does stay funny, just the cleanup is starting to get old a little. Yeah, I gotta make my own food too today, so it's gonna take too long for a traditional dinner break. I don't want to take an hour or out of the stream. Alright, we are here. We do need to add Aquilo to our schedule here, to our Schrödinger's passenger schedule. So we are waiting for the rocket fuel. Okay, we're finally starting to receive it now. Alright, so the quantum processors, right? How many steps is that? What do we need? I think there's one more step than I was thinking about previously, which is getting the lithium plates in rare quality. So we are making rare carbon fiber, rare superconductors, rare tungsten carbide. We have and rare processing units. We can ship those in, but we don't have rare lithium just yet. So that is an additional sub-step we need to take care of. Which means I probably just want to bring a bunch of uncommon holmium from Fulgora. So we can turn that into uncommon and rare lithium on Aquilo. So we are gonna stop by Fulgora as soon as our rocket fuel is in. Okay, we are launching rocket fuel, so that is good. Yes, these extra launch parties can cause a bit of a power spike still, when we manually request tons of stuff. That's what I mean with the rocket fuel being better in terms of keeping the bells satisfied. So we are not filling the entire belt with steam power. But as long as we're not in trouble, I think we're gonna just accept that. Alright, we got 5k on board. 900 is on the way. 1000 is on the way, alright. So those are the last rockets. And then we can fly off to Fulgora. Go to Fulgora to pick up uncommon holmium plates. We're gonna have to sneak that in somehow. I guess we can use the one rocket silo we just built before. Okay, the last is on the way. And it's in. So let's delete this. And we are off to Fulgora. And we can manually manage our speed here, so we don't need to switch this off. Oh, we can still switch it off. It's not a problem. We just need to get rid of the speed modules and the beacons when we are not flying through the inner solar system. But like this, the flights only take like a minute, like literally a minute. Just love the calming sound of the laser turrets when doing the space flight instead of the explosive rockets and gun turrets. So nice. Right, we're gonna have to drop to Fulgora when we arrive. Because of course we haven't automated anything. Okay, water tanks are filling up though, they're halfway full. I think I was producing uncommon holmium plates here even. We even got rare. We can bring some rare ones as well. Okay, if we... guess we want to keep things equal. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is going to be more lithium than we'll ever need. How's it going with these guys? 2.1k. Not too stellar actually. So we might need to make quantum processors from a lot of uncommon products as well. And then just use the cryogenic plants with its 8 quality module slots to get 25% of those in rare quality. Don't think we're going to be making enough directly, to be honest. These silos are idle. I could steal them temporarily. Actually, I don't need to. We can use these silos as well to launch up stuff. As long as the Glebber ship is not here. Alright, so do I still have enough inventory space? Yes, but barely so. Let's request up 10,000 uncommon holmium plates. That's gonna turn into 100,000 lithium plates. Lithium actually. But we can just snatch some. We can over request a little here. So we can snatch some plates from here. Alright. We got a couple more launches here. We're gonna go back up. Okay, I got a bit of connection issues, it looks like. I guess the weather is turning pretty severe at the moment. It might not spell much good news here. No, we've had an extremely stable stream. It's probably because I already pre-planned a secondary stream in case the first one would die. Because yesterday we had a lot of trouble. But of course now I pre-planned the other stream, so the connection was fine all day. Until this moment. This is the first time actually, so hopefully it will stay stable again from this point on. 7k to go. Okay, we still have some space. I don't want to overfill yet again. So yeah, we'll wait. Okay, 1,000 on the way. We can delete this. And we can be off to Aquilo. With Ankh and rare holm plates. Okay, we probably should throw away the speed modules. Is that the same setup that we have here? We have rare productivity modules and rare assemblers. So I guess this is the setup to go to Aquilo. We do have full tanks, but I think we'll be alright. This flight is going to take a little bit more time, I suppose. Okay, stability seems to have returned in terms of connection. Okay, 200 kilometers a second. First big ones are spawning, but not on the trail. We are slowing down. I think we'll be fine. Right. I'll be back in a minute or two. Need a quick sanitary pit stop during the flight. This thing can fly on autopilot, right? I'll be back soon. Alright. Ship's still flying. We're doing the dangerous part now, the 80 kilometers a second, densely clustered half. Guess we gotta copy that repair. I forgot about that. We gotta copy that repair group from the automatic Aquilo science ship. Why are you subscribed? I don't know. Maybe somebody gifted subs and you randomly got selected. It's good to be subscribed though, that blocks the ads and whatnot. If you don't have an ad blocker already at least. Which you totally should get if you don't have it. Alright. Okay, got it. Thanks, Bramson. Oh god, we're getting a barrage here. That is probably gonna cause some damage. No, we can deal with a surprising amount of asteroids actually. That's good news for our final bit. It does help the ship slows down slightly when we don't have enough power. Right, we made it to Aquilo. I think without damage this time. Alright. So, I guess we're dropping. We first need to drop because we cannot drop supplies without immediately taking them out of the cargo bay. As somebody designed this thing without extra cargo storage, apparently. 20% on fusion power, man. It's almost like we've got a high science multiplier or something that's going so slow. Alright, I'm gonna steal all of that. No, I'm not gonna steal all of that because we didn't have much more. Alright, we are launching the last of the I think I should steal maximum 2000 at a time. Alright. Let's request that. And that. We'll just temporarily take that out to prevent stuff spilling. Apparently we still got more. I thought we were finished on the plates there. Can I get some of this already or what? No? Cannot even force it down. The slots keep getting used up by these things. Okay, let's temporarily switch that off. Okay, we got some stuff. Yeah, the main thing is we only have 3 of those. We can only capture 3 landing pods at the same time without those cargo doors. Which means receiving stuff is actually pretty slow. I'm just gonna stash those in there. Right, I need a little bit more space. Right. And that's the last of the holmium ore and my armor. We're going to be building a bunch, so I am going to take that. I guess the laser turrets I should have still dropped to Norvies. Yeah, we didn't really clean up very well after the rebuild apparently. What else do we need? I think this is all for Vulcanus and or locations on demand, so we're not gonna do that. We do want to take rocket fuel, more rocket fuel. We'll switch this back on. We're gonna need to exchange this back. We'll keep 2k. The rest we need to make science packs while the other ship is out. I guess we need, technically we need only 4k, so this should be enough until the science ship returns again. I guess it's flying. We are flying. We have just started. Alright, we'll take one chest of holmium. $5,000. Okay, then we need rocket fuel. So ideally, I can just steal this. Since we brought over rocket fuel, we should be able to... Ah, wait, it's gonna go in there. Alright. So let's do 400. That's gonna be sent down. I guess we just temporarily change those in requester chests so we can request it from the silo, but we want this to temporarily switch on some stuff. Alright, it's a little bit unorganized, but you know how it goes. Don't have requester chests, but we can make some. Alright, so now we're requesting the rocket fuel we brought down from the spaceship to these chests for now. And that should automatically send down all the rocket fuel, which is not what we want. We want to keep 1000. Or however many other stuff we have on board, 2000. So, theoretically, if I do this, it should leave me with 2000, I hope, without overflowing the entire inventory. Right, we are not requesting anything right now, so this is not working. Okay, now it's coming. Okay, it looks like I cannot choose to keep some part on board, apparently. I guess it's fine, I can just launch up some more rocket fuel if I miss the moment here. Alright. So I guess what is there to do? We just need to feed holmium back into these machinations to make more of those lithium plates. We already have a decent stash, I would say. 2000 rares, 4k uncommons, and some regular ones. It's not enough yet though. I guess just gonna resupply that. It's a slow process, but I guess it's alright. I didn't set up my chests very smart here. I can only do half-half. Okay, so half a chest of this, 3,800. Looks like 3,800 is the measure we're going to be using, because that is what fits in here for these two. Alright, I could add a little bit of speed to this. It would ruin the quality a little, but I mean, maybe it's worth it. We can delete this now. Except that. I guess these chests are gonna fill up before anything else. Okay, we need to find some rare chests. I guess we can find it there. Alright. 6 rare chests worth of lithium space. Should be enough to house all of that lithium. And then we need to refill it anyway. So that's gonna be good enough. If I've got that much quality lithium out of that, we're gonna be fine. Oh, I guess I stole this from an inserter. Right. So we are making the quality lithium now. We could also make a rare quality lithium directly with these holmium plates. We got 6,200 of these left. So I guess I want to steal like 5k more regular holmium. So can I do something with this? I guess it's only really the lithium plates we want from that. No, we want some super capacitors as well. So we need some holmium, rare holmium for that. To get the mech armor, I suppose. And maybe fusion reactors. I guess those are unlocked as well with fusion power, are they not? Or is it a separate technology? No, okay, it's a separate technology, so we're not going for that. Anytime soon, at least. Let's just carry this. Does it make sense to just make a rare one directly? And how hard would it be to connect this? I don't think it would be that hard to connect. Alright. Okay, so we're going to be doing that. Then this guy needs to output in that chest at a rate of like slow, so sure, can go on there. And then we just pass that over into the furnace by doing this. Seems perfectly fine. Oh, we gotta throw productivities in there actually. So that's gonna go at minus 80% speed. So we might want to beacon that up a little bit. Okay, now we're way over the top too fast. Okay, we don't need speed trees in there then. 2.4 a second. I mean, I guess we can beacon up the furnace. As well. $1.66, 2.4. That's not too bad. .46 a second. That's way too fast already. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Okay. Now we need to get lithium brine out there somehow. And ammonia. Right. Oh, we still need an input chest. I guess the input chest can be the same as the output chest if we filter this to lithium. We can put the holmium in here. Turns into 10 times as much, man. If not more. We got 128% productivity bonus. So every holmium becomes 12.8 rare lithium straight up. And then it's multiplied again. So normally it becomes 5 lithium, now it becomes 2.28, 11.4 rare lithium, and then we multiply it again by 1.32. So we get 15 rare lithium out of every holmium plate. That's going to be 2 chests full of rare. I think I'm going to keep some of that. I think these are rarer than... we got plenty of those on. I don't know what I should do. Let's go 500 to start off. And the heat pipe cannot go in there. Alright, the heat pipe goes in there. Okay, the productivity bar fills. We can have we can use the old productivity module exploit with this kind of overproduction. If it wasn't so cheap already, we could fill up the bonus bar, stop the crafting, and just deconstruct and reconstruct, or just take. Okay, but we're not going to. Alright, so this guy's gonna be busy now. He's gonna be a busy boy. We'll keep 400. I think 400. 200 is directly for the armor. If we are making it here at least. And the supercapacitor needs another 100 or something. And then 100 just to 200 just to have it. Alright. That's gonna be okay. Alright, we got rare holmium in production. Let's also sort the lithium under the correct holmium chest. Alright. So that's going to be enough lithium for quantum processors for sure. So now we can actually focus on setting up more resources, basically. Now we set it up decently. We're going to fill this out. We're going to fill out the oil field. We're down to 102 per second. We need 75, so it's still good. Okay, so let's not overthink this too much. The yield was 1688% when we started, which means, okay, we're overthinking this too much, which means it's going to be divided by 5. It's going to be 337. Let's call that 330% as the end yield. We got mining productivity level 3. 20% oil is 2 oil per second. So 330% is 33 oil per second. We're going to get 42 oil per second out of this at the once it's fully depleted. If we hook up all these oil sources, 42 oil a second. We need 75 oil a second, at least. Let's call that 100. And that means we need a mining speed of 2.3 per pump jack here. Alright, that is... I should maybe not overcompensate too much here. Okay, let's say we need 76. I need mining speed 1.77. That's the absolute minimum, 1.77. Better a bit more. I think the speed modules are already pushing it beyond that. They are going to 1.96, which means I don't even need beacons. I can just literally use the cheaper Mark II speed modules on this oil patch, and even at the final end yield. Wait. It's 1644 plus 380. Alright, so it's gonna be even better. That is gonna be good. I didn't even see that 380%, so that is the extra safety margin which I just was planning to throw out of the window, I suppose. Right, so Again, not going to be overthinking this too much. Just saw it out. Add oil. Got another spot down here. Need the heat pipe to go through. Right. Alright, one more. Add the speed modules, and that should be good until the end of time. For the entire base. For the entire 1800 SPM production for eternity, basically. Now we just need... Let's grab the wooden power poles, since they're more abundant. Still not putting much thought into trying to make it look nice. At least this part. One down there. Okay, I think that's all connected. Okay, this one is particularly slow, has a low starting yield. Right, sure, oil, so that means both fluoroketone, or fluorine I mean, fluoroketone, and oil are ready for infinite science production now. Those will stay good for the rest of the game. I think we're gonna add this one to the mix. Which means we can also just put a speed module in there. We don't even need to. This is a waste. Stop it. You never saw that one. It doesn't exist. Again, we still have things to do. I have to remember, we still have things to do. This is not necessary because this is already sufficient for end game needs. It has dropped to 783% already. So I hope the end yield thing is correct. I guess we'll find out. Alright, I'm a little bit suspicious that something is wrong with... Yeah, alright. So my chat died on the YouTube side. I already thought nobody was chatting for a long time. So, sorry about that. I have not been able to see all your chat for the longest time. Let me just quickly refresh that window, pull it up again. Come on. My entire screen is not working now. think the entire page just died over there. That's why chat stopped working. Oh god, I missed so much. This run is my magnum opus. I would say so, yes. I think so. I don't think I'm gonna top this at any point. All right. Yeah, it's working again. I think it was probably on screen for you all anyway. Just I have it in a pop out on a second window, and that was just not updating anymore. I'm out of productivity modules. Yeah. I did launch those up, right? I have foresight. Come on. Come on. Foresight. Foresight. Is maybe still not enough. I think it's good enough for me though. Okay, let's see how many I actually need. How many spots are still on here? Okay, so these have productivity modules, so I just need to count now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's meant to be 8, 9, 10. And I've got 21 productivity modules on board. Alright, that one extra is just gonna sit somewhere. Let's drop it. Okay, we'll quickly, and I mean quickly, hop back to the landing pad to pick those up. Here a little bit less quickly because I just get myself stuck in the pipes. Here they come. Beautiful. There's the Aquilo ship. We are on Folgora. Loading. Holmium plates. Okay, we're stuck on Folgora because I forgot to switch this back to automatic. Okay, it's good we check stuff every once in a while. That could have been bad. Is it bad? No, we have 50k signs. Okay, so we're not supposed to be back just yet anyway. Research is still going. It looks static, I know. It looks static. It's surprisingly possible to do Aquilo without the mech armor, actually. I mean, it's not the greatest, but it's not the worst either. Okay, so we do need a beacon to touch all of... No, actually we don't. They're all working at the same time, I think, so let's do add beacons. Speed 3 though. I guess we can downgrade to speed 2, but what's the point? Alright, so that should equalize everything. Not all spot is similarly rich, but I am gonna guess that's gonna be enough to get us out there to the solar system edge. Let's go 200 degrees on this thing. Because we're gonna add a lot of heat pipes, so we should be burning. Alright, now begins the game again from how do I connect the heat pipes and whatnot. Right, that still carries. And it's gonna steal a lot of heat immediately. And it will defrost a lot slower as well, because the temperature difference is not so high. Right, I guess that should defreeze him eventually. Right. Have space for an opening. Okay, let's check if the bottom is defrozen. It is defrozen. Okay, that adds these guys. And just a couple more on the right side and we will be done. I think we do want to keep this straight pipeline. So we're gonna have to do something less orthodox to get around. Oh, we got one more up there. I didn't see that one. Guess we'll heat the beacon from this side. I'm out of heat pipes. Now we're gonna just quickly go back to pick up those, because without heat pipes it's gonna be super annoying to see what's up. Okay, we still have ice platforms. Concrete is almost out as well. That running armor is such a good idea, man, to have that. Alright. We still need to go this way. That's probably gonna take a little bit longer to spread, but I think that's all. Let's close the loop. $8.2 million. We lost 300k lithium brine so far. And we are 1 million of the 4.5 million through the tech, so we need like less than 4 times as much. We're gonna have like 7 million left by the time we have researched solar system edge here. So I don't think I'm gonna hook up more lithium brine for now. I think this is gonna be fine. Right, we can... It doesn't hurt to put more temperature in there. The heat is never lost in here. And as promised, I'm just gonna stuff a bunch of rocket fuel in there instead of bringing a belt here with all the extra heat stuff. Which we don't need. That rocket fuel is gonna last until we need to do a rebuild anyway. If we go beyond the end game, we will need a rebuild. Okay, finally the ship is getting pummeled. We're halfway through the journey only. What the heck happened there? We're now getting only into the dangerous part. Let's check. The water tanks are full. The steam tanks are full. I guess just an unlucky spawn or unlucky targeting got us there. Alright, nothing to worry about. We looked at that often enough now. It is time to transfer some of that excessive amount of rocket fuel, and I forgot about stopping that. Is that gonna go alright? Okay, we're trashing it into these chests. Okay, all of that is full. Okay, that is not good. Well, that's not a problem, but... Okay, let's hold off on this. Bring the inventory. Probably should just ice platform a little bit over here. I always like to keep the terrain looking natural, but I overdo it. I overdo it sometimes. Okay, 70k. Is the ship not back yet? Okay, the ship is flying. It just got damaged, so we're fine. We are in time. How are the chests looking? It's hard to say in the middle of things. Okay, 7 walls got destroyed on the same ship. Okay, we're getting pummeled a bit more this time. Of course, not when we're looking. But that's to be expected. It is to be expected. It's part of the design. Hint, hint. For tomorrow. Okay, we were doing rocket fuel over here. We needed to have passive providers here. That was the idea. Okay, we're launching up science now, so I should not interrupt. No, I can interrupt. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Finally caved and watch the stream rather than wait 5 years for the end of the video. If you're gonna catch up from the moment where the streams are, you're gonna be watching in 5 years still the streams, because it's a lot of material. But if you're watching live, welcome. This is a good stream. A lot is happening. Compared to some of the other streams we have done. Right, I want to launch up. You wonder how I ever beat this game. I ship in rocket fuel to Aquilo, and now I want to ship the same rocket fuel back up from Aquilo. Yeah, sometimes I wonder too how I beat this game. Sometimes. Alright. Let's automate this rocket fuel into these chests. What is next? I have no idea yet what's next. I'm gonna probably hold a new poll on Patreon just to see what it is that the people mostly want to see. And then I'm probably gonna do something completely different, because that's always how it goes. Sometimes just something grips my mind, like when Doc J did his minimum, he had a video about this minimum size postage stamp, and then I just got gripped by the idea, and I had to do it. I had to do it as well. Okay, that is about as much as fits, right? All right. So this island is done. We are not coming back here anymore before the end of the run. We have automated enough rocket fuel to that island to last for a very, 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 very long time. Alright, then the extra rocket fuel, we're just gonna stuff it in a chest next to this rocket fuel. This we bring back to this area. Is Aquilo done completely then? Can I stop moving so fast? Okay, we got it on board. Let's delete it. Nobody saw that. I'm actually offloading my spare rocket parts because my ship is hovering here. Should probably set it to do not unload automatically. Give me back my stuff. I spent a lot of time setting it up. And I want it back. I got 2009. Okay, so we're gonna launch back up. What am I even doing, right? I'm gonna launch those things back up to my ship because it's a backup. That's why I'm launching it back up, right? Right, all iron ore is gone. Sure. Let's check the lithium supplies. How is it going, especially with this chest? I want to know. Okay, that's looking excellent. Yeah, we have like eaten up barely anything. That's quantum processor materials. We got a bunch of stuff in these chests as well. Those are going. Right. $5K. $5K. And less than $5K. Okay then. I think Aquilo will survive until the end. We did that. Oil is good. Fluorine is good. Do I need it for 20%? I do need it for 20%. Oh god, yeah, I do need it. Right, fluorine is not good. I need that for the end yield. And then the question is, how do I get there? Like that. Some power line. Make it a rare one, then it's powered. Okay, I added the fluorine. Everybody can be happy. For 20%. That was 1441. It's down to half value. Okay, I think people are not happy. This power line is not happy. Okay, now we got nice power. Nice straight power. Yay. Can you stop? Right. Fluorine is good. Fluorine is good. Right, so oil is good, fluorine is good, lithium brine is good until the end as well. That's all of the variables. The rest should be automated and good. So then the next thing to worry about is getting fusion power for our Solar System Edge spaceship, for which we are making this rare lithium. I think we are done making plans. Let's start with a regular one. We had a design area kind of over here. Quantum processors. Let's go make a save. That is Aquilo stable until the end. We added, what did we add? Brine, oil fluorine, basically. And heat. Do you know when the 1 year anniversary is? Yes. Tomorrow will be the cutoff for 1 year. I started streaming on the 12th of January 2025, and tomorrow it's the 11th, I think. Yeah, tomorrow's the 11th, so I need to finish tomorrow. I think it's gonna happen, man. I was a little bit skeptical before I started this Friday, especially after I had to miss last Sunday's stream. It suddenly looked a lot less great. Wait. Are those made in EM plans or what? Alright, those are made in EM plans. That costs us like 3 module slots, basically. I do have EM plans, right? I don't think I have EM plans on the planet. We didn't need them. I got some on my ship, I'm pretty sure. Normal and uncommon. In that case, I guess we will try to design first. EM plant, it's been a while, old friend. I don't have rare ones. So, this is a 15-second recipe right there. Oh no! It has the fluor cycle thing. It consumes fluor cycle things. We're gonna need barrels of fluor cycle things. I think it's nearing the time to stop if I hear myself speak like this. What kind of quantity do we need of this? Right. I'm gonna have a super secret sneak peek in my spaceship design, so I'm gonna send you out to the thumbnail for just a little bit. I'm just gonna check exactly what is on my ship. Alright. 500 rare laser turrets, folks. 500 rare laser turrets, but more importantly, 30 rare fusion generators and 6 common fusion reactors. That is the numbers we have in mind. Alright. Welcome back. Shadow Realms. Alright, so let's put it in a requester chest, that number. Six common ones. 30 rare ones of those. Alright. Let's split those out. These things take 200, 200 and 250 each. I have to do it manually. I think I cannot set the recipe yet because I haven't got it researched. So 200, 200, and then quantum processor 250, right? 200, 200 and 250, alright. So we need it 6 times. To make these. I do wonder if I even have common tungsten plates, man. Don't tell me that only I'm saving up rare ones. Ah, okay, no. Okay, we got some. Right. Okay, we got him. We got him. We can grab him. These we've got in common quality as well, I'm pretty sure. Here at the quality area, we did save up commons. Right? And I guess then this thing consists of we're gonna use a separate chest, I think. That we can actually request that. That's 1500. And 3000 lithium plates. That's the amount we're looking at to make the regular quantum processors for the 6, let's add that as well, the 6 fusion reactors. That is what we need. That should be fairly simple to ship that over. I am saving carbon fiber, right? In full qualities. Yeah, yes, we got that. This is almost full. We got 3.4k rare ones. This is just barely enough, actually. Alright. And then these things, they have the same stuff, but it's 100, 150. So basically 3000 of 1500 of rare quality. I don't think we're gonna roll for quality. I think we're gonna go productivity in here. Which means we need more modules. Which we got. There we go. That we can spare as well. We can reclaim these as well. Probably just want to speed. Let's speed it up. We pretend we're efficient here. Alright. So I reclaimed some productivity modules. So we need 1500 cycles of both. The question is, how much fluid do I need? That was the real question. It looks like it consumes 5 fluoroketone for every quantum processor. It consumes 5. We want at least 3000, which means that's 15,000 fluid. 15,000 fluid. A barrel contains 50. Okay, now I don't trust myself anymore. 300 barrels, alright, 300 barrels to get the minimum. I guess we're just gonna make a chest of barrels. Then 480 or 760. Let's make 760 barrels from 760 steel. It's actually, those are quite slow to handcraft. We could just make 1,000 barrels. Let's make 1,000 barrels. Okay, they only stack to 10, so we're gonna have to sit it out a little. It's gonna be faster than setting up inserters and heat pipes to the inserters and all that stuff. Alright, that's the first half. Alright. 1000 barrels. We'll stash half of them. No, we'll grab a full chest. This is a full chest, right? Yeah, alright, that's a full chest. That is the entire reason we built this thing in the science setup. The fill a barreler. Of course, we cannot consume too much, so we only fill the barrel if there's more than 5k of the fluid in the tank. So here we go. Barrels of fun. Cold fluid, because I have no idea how to call that. I need to look it up every single time. Alright, so we need to take 300 barrels for making the quantum processors. Basically 150 per side. Except I did not account for productivity modules. We're gonna pretend those don't exist. That's just gonna be extra bonuses. So let's put 150 barrels of cold fluid in there. And that's going to be the same for the quality quantum processors which we need for the 30 rare things of these. Yeah, 1500 quantum processors. That's weird, that's the same number, man. 6 and 30 and both require 1500. This is 250 per, this is 50 per. That makes sense, I suppose. Just a coincidence. Alright, so this is just for the quantum processors. Okay, maybe I should not ignore productivity, because I don't think I have these numbers in rare quality laying around just yet. At least not the superconductors. I think we are short on those. We've got 2.2k in total at the moment. We do have 22k of those. Okay, but this has more than 50% productivity bonus, for sure. Oh wait, I forgot the... That is even better than cryo plants, man. It's 130% productivity bonus. Holy smokes. So all these numbers can be halved, basically. I'm just gonna note that down for myself. Half the numbers on quantum processor requester chests. Okay, then we do have enough to make quantum processors already, which means we might as well set it up then. I used to have an inventory. Alright. It's gonna be another one of those hand-feeding setups. We're going to need to cool the hot fluid as well. Unless we barrel the hot fluid. can just barrel the hot fluid again. But cooling it is not that difficult. Let's add some speed beacons and see what these speeds turn out to be. Alright, this gives me 0.69 quantum processor per second. That almost sounds too good to be true. If we need to produce 1500 of each type, it's gonna take 2000 seconds. That's less than an hour. Alright, we can wait less than an hour for the quantum processors to be ready. We still have 3.5 hours until fusion reactors are done, so this one plant is gonna be enough. Now we just need to build it somewhere. It's a temporary setup. I guess we are gonna go on that island up there. That's my part. Alright. How are the fishes doing? They are fine. Okay, I'm gonna get sidetracked. Not by the fishes. I wanted to melt the ice, you know. There's been kind of a tense atmosphere around here. Let's melt the ice a little bit. Alright. Are you ready to melt the ice? Let's see how long it takes this ice cube to melt above a heat pipe that is 820 degrees in temperature. This Aquilo ice is something else, I tell you. Let's put those inserters out there. At least they're gonna be using UPS then. This is costing me a lot of heat. But let's see if any of these ice cubes will melt over time. Do I gotta put it in the video? Stupid ice stuff. It all started a long time ago, a long time ago on my ships, you know. Yeah, we had not this one. Not this one. Not that one. This one? Yeah, like this one, where we have to put an ice cube in the water tank to keep the water cool. So now we're doing the opposite. Okay, that's enough. Let's go back to work. That's enough fun for today. I guess we should allow a heat pipe to go through. Where is that plant thing for the cooling? Yeah, that can probably be a regular one. Can I? Come on, I can do it. I know how to play this game. It's annoying. That is annoying configuration, game. Why you gotta be like that? Okay, maybe something like this is the best. Alright. So we need to cool the hot stuff. Let's have space for the heat pipe to go through. And then this just needs to be connected to the far side. Which means an annoying heat pipe bending around the outside again. Unless we go beyond. That's not much better, I think. And we still need to go around. Unless we really go like this, we still need to go... Okay, we will need to go around. Who cares? It's pretty hard to make aesthetically pleasing setups on this planet, man. Something like that should work then. And we just need some... we need a reservoir here. Don't tell me... Okay, the steel chest is exactly within reach. It is great. 150 barrels, 15,000 fluid. We're gonna need 2 of those. And then we can just put all the cold fluid in there already. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. We can even prevent the pipe going around like this because we can heat the entire tank like this. We do need a temporary space to offload the barrels. Empty the barrel in here with, I suppose, an inserter. 300 barrels, that should be 1 inserter. Something like that. Okay, and then we got space on this side. To do the inserter shenanigans. Okay, I lost the beacon. Dang it. Don't have enough modules. I just need the 1. Don't have enough modules. I win. Alright, speed. Okay, we need to put in 0.3 of everything. And that is in total 1.8 resources. A single red inserter should be able to do that. We take out 0.69 quantum processors. So a single inserter should be able to do that. I forgot to take the modules back. Alright, so if we have 1500 ingredients of each type, we might need a bit more space, I don't know. Let's use these. Maybe something like that. How can we fit that on the island? That actually was already in a pretty decent location. Okay, let's do that. We'll heat it up from this side. We can just continue on that line actually. Alright, so that is going to be the quantum processor setup. That should defroze in an instant with the 500-degree heat pipes. There's actually I mean, it costs a lot of power to heat up the entire heat network to 500 degrees. But you can basically defrost everything instantly. Which is not bad. At all. Okay, let's do these for decoration, because this guy is not heated. Power line. It's not gonna hit everything. That kinda is hitting everything except for the beacons. And then we'll just put this guy next to here, I suppose. That doesn't look nice. Alright. Super efficient barrel unloading, obviously. Okay, so we're actually going to do 6 fluid a second, which means this needs to be faster. Or faster. You know, or we can just pretend that we actually have speed modules. The location of the speed modules, of course, is extremely important. Okay, 42% on fusion. Nice. Let's grab this again. And that is the setup done. So now we just need to collect the things, right? This is cold fluid. So I could set it up so that we save some fluid, but nah. It's fluid. How are the barrels doing? Alright, we are at 5k, so we have stopped filling barrels. That's alright. We got at 300 barrels, which actually only needs to be 150, I suppose. Yeah, we're gonna do half numbers, so let's just grab 150. Half numbers. That is for the 3000 though. And that is for the 3000. We can do a bit more. Like for the armor, we're gonna need more. It does occur to me that we need 1 barrel for every 10 ingredients or something. Coincidentally. I don't have much more than 200 rare. What's it called? Superconductors. So not really a use. Okay, now tell me this goes in here, so okay, it goes in there as well. That's good. A lot of fluid goes in there, holy moly. How much fluid goes in there? 400. I think another 1000 goes in here or something. Right, then I guess we do another solar system tour. Our ship should be a bit emptier. So we can actually pick up... Yeah, we can actually pick up the stuff to make the quantum processors. I have also unloaded nuclear fuel cells for my stash over here. I guess we'll accept that. We did switch off offloading. Let's delete that as well. I think we're gonna just manually fly around. I'm gonna just launch some... I have a couple uncommons, so let's launch 10 of them up on the ship in case I need them somewhere else. And then we'll leave the rest of our inventory here again. I'm literally out of chests. Alright, inventory, except armor. I think Aquilo is fully done. How much research is left? Yeah, we can actually have a precise look at this. 7 hours already on the stream, holy moly. Alright. So what is left? Only 1 tech, 2 million, and fusion reactor, which we're currently researching. We need let's say 1.1 million. So in total it's 3.125 million. At 5904 SPM. 500 and 29 minutes, or... Oh, that is still a long time. 8.8 hours. And then we still gotta make the flight. Ooh. It looks like we are continuing still a little bit more today, because that is a long stream tomorrow then. Alright, send the armor. Do we need the armor? Let's send it. And then we'll head out ourselves as well. How are the ice platforms? I'm gonna empty that. These should just keep on producing forever, basically. There we go. Finally, I abused the trash slots to expand my inventory. It's been a while. Those can go in my inventory. Alright. Solar system tour to pick up quantum processor ingredients. That's an all planet visit, I think. Alright. I'm gonna grab a snack then. I'm gonna have some time to nibble away at something during the flight away from Aquilo because we have to go slow. My water tanks are full. The problem is my fuel is full. So we are gonna just delete it. I know actually, hey, we copied the design so the fuel is not full. Alright, then we should just be able to fly off. So where do we go first? That's not really... It does matter though, does it? Let's go to Fulgora last, because we are shortest on those rare superconductors, which means the later we pick those up, the more we will have. So we're gonna go to Gleba first. Here we go. Gleba it is. We shouldn't go excessively fast. Okay, these lasers turn off when we go faster than 30 kilometers a second. So we are saving a bit of power there. Right, yeah, we are already at cruising speed, so nothing to be scared of. This is gonna take a little bit of time. So I'm gonna grab myself a little snack, and I'm gonna finally grab myself that cold blonde one I promised myself already when Aquilo Science started, but which I still didn't grab. Are railguns researched? No, they are not. We're gonna go to the solar system edge with laser turrets as well. Laser turrets are the name of the game for this playthrough. Oh. Free scrolling scroll wheel, a little bit too enthusiastic. Alright. Get out of here. I didn't think I was going to be doing yoga during the stream. I feel like Tom Cruise in Top Gun. Except I'm not trying to avoid all those lasers, but all the cables which run everywhere. Oh, that actually looks like we're in trouble. Are we in trouble? Nothing is blinking. Not in trouble, alright. Has the new ship been tested off stream? It's pretty much impossible to design a ship like this without testing it, so that is why I'm not doing it on stream now, because there is no way to design a ship and know how it will do and how to fine-tune it if you are not using editor mode to test it. Consider it like a 3D environment design program inside Factorio to do it like that. But it's not viable to just build a ship, send it out, have it explode, make small alterations, etc, etc. That's just not gonna happen. This ship is gonna be hideously expensive, for sure. I like to think your stream setup looks like Neo's flat at the start of the Matrix. Oh man. Yeah, we're gonna go lasers all the way. Oh god, oh no, I put rocket parts in the novice nuclear supply. Oh, that could actually cause major problems. This ship is supposed to have it. This is mine. This is my ship. Right. What else does it have? This has it. Okay, I think this ship has not visited. We were just requesting this from Aquilo, so no other ship could have requested that because we were requesting it from Aquilo. So, okay, we're good, we're good. Alright, but that was scary. Yeah, I'm quite late, always. Yeah, import from Aquilo has saved me there. Right, let's open the cold one. Cheers, everybody. I guess streaming is one of the only jobs where you can drink on the job. Where it's sometimes even required. The laser research, we've got all the shooting speed upgrades. All 7 and 7 laser damage upgrades, which is basically all the not infinite ones. Which doesn't allow showing the drinks, alright. I know nothing about streaming, man. I've been doing it for only 2 years. And looks like I just don't look into. If it works, and I'm just not looking into stuff. That, I don't know. I should be, maybe, but... If it's not broken, don't try to fix it. Usually is a pretty good... mantra. Like, I know there is some rule, I don't know exactly, but there is some rule that you cannot mix Twitch chat and YouTube chat in your stream. Or something like that. To not like taint the experience or whatever, but I think that's a stupid argument. I've just been doing it, I have not heard anything about it ever whatsoever. So I guess until that happens, I will continue to do so, because it's nice that people from both sides can interact with each other and know when there's a problem on the stream, that if it on one side breaks, on the other side it can still work, and that kind of stuff. That would not be possible without interaction, those kind of things. Just in general, the dynamic is often pretty good as well between both sides. Headphones is all spun up. Right, you can obviously notice that I have lost all sense of haste and speedrun necessity. You are not into a drinking game, alright. Hey, I guess that's the planned destruction of the Aquilo ship. Right, here we are on the dangerous part. Yeah. Ooh, okay, that is a lot of asteroids. 15 walls have gotten destroyed. It's part of the plan. How are we going to go to the solar system edge with a laser ship where each asteroid has 12.5 times the effective hit points because of 99% laser resistance? If we already get destroyed here, it's 70 kilometers a second. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. It's gonna be a fun ride, I think. Alright, let's drop down to the planet. We have things to do, places to be. We can. Hey, wait, what? Ho ho ho, ho ho ho! Merry Christmas. We have a bot network here, boys and girls. 3.5k. What else are these used for? Railguns, we don't have them. Rocket turrets, we don't have them. Toolbelt equipments, we don't have them. Fusion reactors, we don't have them. Portable. Stack inserters, what are those? Foundations, no. We are not very grounded here. Just quantum processors, eh? Alright. So I guess we are just requesting up the full 3k. We gotta launch it from here anyway. So, sure, we'll let the bots do it. Carbon fibrous. I hope that launches per 1000. Where is that stuff? I guess it's an intermediate product. I know this. I'm a pro 500, alright. 500 is acceptable. You know, we'll get 2000. And we're not gonna grab uncommon ones. Just have to set this one to automatic. Okay, Glevin Science is on pace again. This one is supposed to lag behind, don't worry. No, not that. No. Are you kidding me? It says import from Norvis. I don't know what's going on here. We're not sending it to my ship. We are sending it to this. Oh god. Alright. Now we're getting the carbon fiber. That's nice. This is a slow part of the stream, so I can sit back a little bit. Because I have automated things. Believe it or not. I just watch the base do its thing. And then we should check out the expansions if they happened at all. It's been going for quite a while now. It's the mouth and or of the planetary organism. Or. I hope that slash means only or, not and or. How is Glabba defended? With landfill. Let's call it a magical force field. Don't you have imagination? 1500 standards as well. Oh god, yeah, we gotta get the standards in there as well. I guess we need the key if we want to have any chance of seeing what we want to request to our ship. Well, we're gonna request 2k of those as well. Looks like we're waiting anyway. We'll get 2k. We got 2k of those rare things. Should I just drop down? Do I have rocket silos available elsewhere? I don't think so. I just got the one extra rocket silo on Glabber. I know we got one over here. Sure. Flick it on. We don't have that many bots though. But that's gonna still speed it up. Alright, it's getting nighttime. That's when the base looks at its most beautiful. And thank you everybody for not saying something about the suspicious design of my nuclear plant today. That basically never happens. Maybe people said about it already. Of course, the Glabban plant is also fish powered. Alright, there goes the signs again. So nice. Got banned in biter battles for throwing windmills. Is this the... Okay, let's not go into that. It's just a rotationally symmetric design. There's nothing else to it. How are we doing? Okay, 1000 on the way. 1001 on the way. Okay, 1000 on the way. Alright, we got 2000 normal ones. Now we get 2000 rare ones. And then we can go to the next planet. We gotta go in order. So the next one is going to be Vulcanus, where we don't have a bot network. We should be able to do the... Ah no, no, okay, so now we're not doing the slingshot. But we're in the inner solar system. So at least let's add the speed modules in there. Vulcanus is up next. These are still on the way. Was that him? Yeah, that wasn't. Alright, we got it. We got it. Off to Vulcanus. Yeah, I like that I built it on the water. It's the main reason I built Aquilo on the ocean as well. It just looks nicer than just have like random bits of land and ice and stuff sticking out everywhere. It just looks better. Okay, we're flying fast now. 50% on the reactor. Are you importing rocket parts? Yes. Basically, for every planet, the answer is almost certainly yes. Or parts of the rocket parts. Or parts to make parts of the rocket parts. Water world, Aquilo. Right. So we're gonna have to drop to Vulcanus. We actually will have to... we'll do a resource check as well. I don't think we need to take action just yet though. We just might have enough resources hooked up to survive until the end with Vulcanus as well. Right. Nothing weird going on here on Vulcanus. You can see where the cliffs used to be. Right, so how are the resource patches doing? This is still 1.1 million somehow. 2 million. I think that was 1.1 before. Maybe it was 1.7. 5534. So I don't think we actually need to put up more mining patches. Even if tungsten is not going to be full completely, we have time to fix it because of the buffer chest system. So I think we can maybe risk it. Right, we are here for... What are we here for? Some of these, we got tons and tons of these. Forgot how many I need. Ah, but we need some, yeah, we need some to make the actual things. Oh no, we have a problem. We need 3000 to make these, and we need... $3,000 to make the quantum processors as well. Oh boy. Okay, we actually need only 1500. Wait, what? Why is this 3k? This should be 1500 already. Even at full price. Okay, we might want to take some uncommons as well then, just so we can gamble for more quantum processors. Something like this, but make this one uncommon after it's done with making normal ones. Then gamble the uncommon ones up to rare ones. These probably recycle into themselves, right? No, they don't. How is this not a chemical process then? I guess it doesn't actually use fluids. It just loses them or something. Alright. For now though, we are mostly interested in making the quantum processors. We will already take the stuff we need though. So we gotta grab stuff from this chest. Are we just filling this or what? I think in that case I should not refill that. Okay, so we're gonna need only 1.2k of those. 3k rare ones. We're gonna grab those now. Right, again, if we underproduce science for a brief moment, it's fine. Who put all these demolisher corpses in the way? 3,000 of these. That's a lot. Rocket capacity 250, okay. We got a couple... We got like 4 silos which you can use for that, even if I'm not launching science, so... Yes, hand feeding it is. We got a request to the ship. For this one. I gotta call my ship the bringer of Mike Hendons or something, then it will be in front every time. Alright, so we need 1200 regular ones, and we need 3,000 of those. That means if I do this, it just will launch automatically, and it will not take forever. Then it's 12 more launches. Plus myself. I did not correct it. Looks like it. Alright. Could you tell what I did not correct, or is it already old information? Because I'm slow. I calculated initially wrong. I like your black tile. What mod is that? Which black tile? Okay, I'm dumb. This black tile. Probably. It's been a long stream already, guys. Sorry about all this. Alright, one more. We also need to request some... There was 1500 of each, right? Triangle things. I think those launch more. Triangle things launch per more. That was 1500. I think they launch per 500 or something. Yeah, 500. Alright, that's 6 launches. That's easy. Alright. I'm pretty sure we have regular triangles as well. From the good old mining with Jimmy days. Jimmy still fiercely protecting his untouched starter patch. Very much untouched. Nobody was ever here, of course, because he would have noticed immediately and come to attack us. There he is. Don't worry about all those suspicious pipes in the back of his territory. $1,500. Okay, that is not 1,500. But they should be in here somewhere. Again, clogged up because... Why? Coal. Are we out of quality coal completely? I think we're out of quality coal completely. I don't think we'll be needing more for this playthrough, so I'm not going to try to reset that up. That is all we need for the time being. And for the rest of the time as well, I suppose. Here comes some spaceships. There goes the signs. Stuff is working. Enjoy the atmosphere for a little. Things you need for processors, but I did correct it. Alright. Thanks. In retrospect, I probably should have used 4 rocket silos per science pack, because now with 2 rocket silos you spend a pretty large portion of the time waiting on the planet for the science to be loaded, because we want to ship 1800 SPM over time, and this barely exceeds that by a factor of 2, which means we spend a lot of time on the waiting around orbit of the planet. I mean, it's not that I don't have extra rocket silos. Apparently I do. But yeah, we're out of here now. But the funny thing is, because of that, we have 2 ships flying between Vulcanus and Novis, where we have only 1 ship for Gleva, and 1 ship for Fulgora, and 1 ship for Aquilo. Guess we learned from our mistakes. How many years have you been playing Factorio? It's probably 11-ish. It's been more than a decade for sure. Yeah, it's been a long time, and this game has been relevant and fun for quite a long time. And Space Age definitely, I really like Space Age. It does feel like Factorio completely. I guess next stop is Novis. And of all planets, does Novis has an automated network? Well, we might have the things we need for the quantum processors on site, coincidentally. Guess we need 1500 processing units of both qualities. I got those on board, except for the rare ones, which means I do need to drop down to the planet. Now we can use the Johnny silo, it's only 2 launches. I don't get more stuff in there. Alright, we'll not drop down, we'll use the Johnny silo. We got 1k on board already, so we want 2500 of rare quality. We got 2000 of those on board, so we want, I guess, 3500 of these. That should be automatic, unless the plastic ship is here. Okay, we're gonna do fuel cells first. For which ship though? For me! Alright, it's for me. Does making the stone byproduct from molten lava into landfill make it easier to void? I would say no. Kind of depends if you're next to the lava or not. If you're next to the lava, then no. Because you will need the same amount of inserters to make the stone into landfill before throwing the landfill into lava, which is an extra step. But I mean, if you have a lot of stone to transport a large distance, it's probably better here to turn it into landfill and then just have a belt of landfill going out to the lava to void it over there. It kind of depends, I would say. I mean, don't listen to me. I void my stone like this. So, yeah. Be careful who you take advice from. Why we picked up only 600 of the 1200. Did I pick up only 600? Then I'm officially an idiot. $600, oh god. And guess on which planet we don't have a logistics network. Or at least the ship is fast. Alright, let's fly back to Vulcanus. We'll pick up the rare blue chips on the second trip then. At least we're going fast. It's the most scenic way to void stone, I would say. I don't have the power space on Vulcanus to just set up roboports additional to the ones I've already got down here for plastics. So I need to expand my power plant. But that means I don't have enough sulfuric acid to turn into steam for the power plant, so I would need to mine more steam and build more plants for sulfuric. It would just take way too long, and we don't need it. We don't need it. I mean, if I want to be efficient, it barely takes longer. I would say it doesn't even really take longer, because the bots take a little bit of time between filling each rocket, between the time when the rocket is ready and when it can be filled. And I would have to have a logistics network all over the place, and oh god, it's just too much, man. For what? Right, we need to go back to the science area. Put all these demolishers in the way. Another 600. I thought they stacked to 100 in my mind. Of course they don't. I already thought that we were done quickly with the rocket launches. So it should be 4 rocket launches. And 1. 4 and a bit. And we're off. So if we really want to, it doesn't need to take a lot of time. That was the same time as bots could have done it. Pretty sure. Hey, CTX Tiger. Thanks for the almost 2 years, man. Have you still been on the community server, or is that dead for a long time? I haven't logged on in months, I think. I've got tomorrow still to finish my speed run. The 1000 science cost challenge completed in 1 year. I really want it. That's why these streams are so long. This weekend. I've been babysitting my van battery like I don't know, like what? Like a maniac. So it's as fully charged as it possibly can be. Haven't looked at it for a month, alright. Maybe we gotta restart or like temporarily put a different project on there. I want to do maybe 1/1000 times science cost in multiplayer. That would be fun just for an afternoon. Alright, back to Norvis. Yeah, logistics bots should be fine, so we can automatic request from here. And that should send some of these tasty blue chips my way. From over there. So we're just gonna sit here and watch the bots do their thing. While the Johnnies absolutely don't care. There they come. Those Johnnies have a sharp eye, man. They can see me sitting in the cockpit whenever I launch from the rocket. They can differentiate between their friends, the logistics bots, and their mortal enemies, the construction bots. With deadly precision, even in a swarm like that. I messed up. That's going to be 5 launches, man. Do I want to wait for that, or do I just drop down to the planet? Now for Gora has more time to make those superconductors. You see the positive side and everything. I like that. Alright, launch 2. Alright. Let's do some more legendary logistic botting. I cannot wait for this. I don't have time. Alright, it's gonna launch. We'll switch that off. Okay, I don't have the running armor. The other 900 chips just go. To the other rocket silo area. Should have checked if the plastic ships were not arriving, because that could mess me up. That should instantly do the rest of it. It is illegal for me though to take these rocket silos back. If I'm not gonna repair. If something breaks, I'll have to drop down again to repair a power pole or something. But we have rare power poles in place. Yeah, 124 hit points of 160 remaining. This should be good. I never checked if Aquilo Science was doing alright. I guess now it's doing alright. Okay, so normally I repair in between sessions. We have an uncommon rocket silo, so you should have some hit points. I hope the power pole survives. Yikes! That power pole survived, but only barely. Let's go check on the Johnnies. 52 hit points out of 160. Note that only this one is rare. If it was a common one, it would have been destroyed. The rare ones have saved us. The rocket silo is at half health after 2 launches. It would take 4 launches for the Johnnies to destroy it then. Alright, then the last planet is Full Gora. And there we are gonna need 1500 of those and 1500 of those to make the quantum processors. And then, yeah. I think we're the thing is, I do not have uncommon tungsten stuff. I have rare one and common ones. I don't have uncommon. So if I want to be sure I have enough, I'm gonna need 3000 to... God dang it, I'm gonna need the 3000 to make these 30, and I don't get discounts on those. Those are just real crafts. So I've been doing this entire section wrong. I should have been grabbing uncommon stuff to make the quantum processors. I should save these to make the fusion plant. And I should gamble for quality quantum processors with uncommon ingredients, of which I have tons. Do I have tons of these? Yeah, not tons, but I have chests, a couple chests full. So yeah, that is more than 3000. Oh man, yeah, that is dumb. That is dumb. Okay, let's say I try to hotfix this mistake. I've got 23,000 uncommon ones and 2300 rare ones. That's gonna go up a bit. Let's say 2500. So I'm gonna have 1000 left over. I need 2000 more. If I hard recycle 25,000 of these, will I get 1000 more? That's the question. That's gonna cost me everything, but if I do that, just recycle these straight up, I'm gonna get back a quarter of them. And of those, only 12.8% will be rare. I'm gonna get 800. So no, I'm not gonna get 2000 of those, even if I recycle all of those. I guess I should use 0.33 because we can recycle what comes back, but it's still short. Well, did you like the solar system tour? Because it looks like we're going to go on yet another trip. Let's do it in reverse order this time. Oh god, this is we're gonna need much more space. Looks like we're gonna be dropping this off first. Alright, let's complete the first loop then. Maybe I'll change my mind yet again. You never know. There is always a chance I change my mind again, so... But this was a mistake. Because I cannot afford to... I cannot gamble for uncommon fusion reactor components, because I don't have uncommon tungsten plates. I have commons and rares, and that's it. Should have... Yeah, that was dumb. I should have thought of that. Anyway, we're grabbing what we can right now. We have an automated rocket silo here at least, so we can... That's all I got, man. That's 1500. That's 1500. Right, so this planet is pretty cheap, I suppose, in terms of sending stuff up. This will be sent automatically. Alright, so let's say we want to make our quantum processors from uncommon ingredients. How many would we need? Well, I guess we cannot select the recipe here. We can get 16% quality on those, right? Yeah, 16% quality. Alright. We want to have 1500 rare ones with a 16% quality shot, which means we need about 10,000. But we get a 50% productivity bonus in there. So we need about 6250 on average to hold the rare ones. If we don't recycle the uncommon ones, which we won't. So I guess let's take 8,000. We're gonna want to have 8,000 ingredients for these. Not those actually. So 8,000 uncommon, 8,000 uncommon, 8,000, 8,000, 16,000 uncommon. So you have some lithium work to do. We're making those right now actually, so that's good at least. And a lot more fluoroketone, whatever. We need to request those up as well. Yeah, we have space for those. Alright, so... Well, life sucks sometimes. 8,000 is the key. Okay, we are sending up rocket fuel there. So that's gonna be... Can we wait? No, the Gleba ship cannot wait. Is it the Gleba ship? It's the ship which brings up the stuff. That can wait. I'm gonna launch 2 stacks of those in here. Or 3. I have all the other stuff in uncommon format, yeah, we just checked. So we have the triangles. We don't have these in uncommon. We have them in rare and common, but not uncommon at all. Because all of the uncommon ore went into triangles. We have these on Mars. And blue chips we have for sure. Am I forgetting something? Lithium plates, dip. No, yeah, we have everything for sure. Okay, let's launch up these, switch it back to automatic. And we can head off of here. At least we don't need to come back to Fulgora. Can I just jump in the silo from here? I can just jump up the cliff, why not? Well, at least I caught the shortage on the rare superconductors and the inability to make uncommon fusion plants before I actually spent all of them. I could have spent all of these rare ones on quantum processors and then find out later I cannot make the fusion reactor I need because I don't have the ingredients for it. That would have been even more stupid, I suppose. We have no way of loading the rest all on board, so we're just gonna fly back to Aquilo first. That's going to involve taking out these nice and shiny modules, I'm afraid. Back to Aquilo we go. Still gonna slingshot like a maniac. So hopefully the first big asteroid spawn is kind to us before we necessarily slow down. Only mediums, there's the big ones. Right here, they are kind. We are slowing. We are slowing. Still a nice slingshot though, it got us like 5,000 kilometers in there in no time. Before we need to colonize the rest. Colonizing the galaxy. That's what we're doing. What's the next challenge? I have no idea yet. I don't want to think about it. There's definitely a lot of flying going on. Let's just look around the... How's Aquilo doing? The Aquilo ship is actually flying. We have dropped signs on Norvis. We don't have a gap in signs, so that's good. All signs has been offloaded. Yeah, I think all the chests, the buffers are full now. So we won't get into trouble anymore. These cannot be overfilled. They only use what is spent, so that is all is going to be fine. How is power doing now that we are... the power dips are noticeably less deep now that we use more steam. How's pollution doing? Okay, we do see the nest absorbing pollution again. They are managing to suck up most of the pollution at least, which comes their way. I guess this is kind of gonna stay the size it is then, which is fine. Pollution looks stable. Just eyeing this tungsten patch. This is the weakest link. 1.1 to 1.0 million. So that actually might run out before we wanted to. Okay, we're heading into the dangerous part. I guess we can manually slow down the ship, except no, we can't because we didn't bring chemical plants of normal quality, so we cannot slow this down. That's fine. The Aquilo Science transport ship also survives this, with a scratch here and there. The lasers is called rainbow lasers mod. Yeah, there is some spoilage on the science belt by design. It is, I'm side-loading everything, just using one side of the belt. The other side of the belt is just blocked forever. I mean, we again are getting favorable spawns, but maybe it's just normal. We cannot be consistently lucky. There is no such thing as being consistently lucky. That is the anti-definition of being lucky. Because if you're consistently lucky, then that is the new normal. And you would need to get even more lucky in order to be considered getting lucky, right? Maybe I installed some dream files in Factorio asteroid spawn mechanics. It's entirely possible, it seems. Look, I even get all these carbonics and metallic ones while we're so close to Aquilo. Something is fishy here, I can smell it. It's probably the fish powering the reactor on Aquilo. I don't know how fish would smell once you laid in ammonia for a couple days, but it's you don't need to know all things in life, right? You don't need to try all things in life. You don't need to know all things in life. Some things are better left unknown. We're gonna get some damage. Yeah. Oh, that is so. We lost an asteroid collector. Yes, we did lost. That's the first asteroid collector. Finally, that was some severe damage there. I'm almost happy I lost an asteroid collector. Can you hear it? I only got one extra on board. We don't necessarily need it. Oh, I'm regretting now. I did not design cargo base. Not for the storage space. I need the cargo base literally just to send down more than 3 effing cargo pods at a time. That is the annoying part. Back on Aquilo. With the wrong quantum processor ingredient quality, we need uncommon or we cannot craft the fusion reactor.png. I gotta let editing Mike know what's going on once he finally reaches this far in the game. Sorry about the extensive save game names. Right, another ship survived. Just move it. No man, it's an integral part of the design now, and we cannot possibly move it. I mean, where could it go? It's the centerpiece. Okay, I'm just gonna grab those. Aquilo ship is on the way back, so we should try to offload quickly. So we can send 3 of those, but the next one is just going to be stuck forever. Even if I take all of that. This thing only fits 3 at a time. Then I have to cycle a bit. We can push the holmium in there for now. Okay, that's gonna sand down everything. Right, we'll just stuff it in these chests for now. These are regular quality chests now. Okay, we gotta be quick or we'll have an explosion. Ooh, okay. Just in time. Okay, what else? We got a carbon fiber. And then the superconductors. I think that is everything. Alright. Okay, I'm just gonna need to get some steel. Do I have more chests or what? No. And crafting time. Alright, so that's 3k and 3k. That is 1200. That is for the actual fusion reactors. So these things of rare quality should go in there as well. These should go in there. Oh yeah, we still need to go back to a... No, we don't. Yes, we do. We need 1200 more. Next to these 1500. Okay, so we do need to go back to Fulgora. It's on the way anyway. It's alright. These things are useless. These things are useful. We're gonna need this. Yeah, we're not gonna make quantum processors of rare quality straight up just yet, at least. Suppose this can go back in there. For now. And it looks like the Aquilo ship has arrived, so we are done just in time. The science ship has arrived, I mean. Science has been going smooth. Nothing to complain there. So 1500, 1500. And I will need the full 3000 to make... I will need all 3000 to make these men. So we don't even have enough yet. We need another 1500. Alright, so let's update the request then. We will need another 1500 superconductors. We have the 8000 of those. We also need another 1200 of those. We will then need 8000 of these to match with these. We need 8000 uncommon blue chips to match with those from Norvis. So Gleba, Novis. No, Gleba, Vulcanus Novis. So we need 8,000 of those. Gleba, Vulcanus Novis, and then Fulgora, but Fulgora we already have. So we don't actually need those. We do need those from Fulgora though. We don't actually need blue chips to make the fusion reactors. I guess I forgot to send down the blue chips. $1,500 and 1,500. Oh, that's gonna spill. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Go, 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 go. $1,500. Guess I can grab him from here instead. Just not dropping him. Okay, we got something. We got something. How long to fusion reactors? 2 hours still. We gotta make one more flight. We still cannot start producing the rare quality quantum chips, unfortunately, because I messed it up. Why do I have 1,500 of these when I have 2,000 of these? That's a great question. Alright, what we need. I'm gonna just put it into the requester chest here. That is directly for fusion reactors. And I forgot to pick up the 1,200. That still got to be brought over. These we don't have yet, just at all. What we need now is this stuff. 800. The triangles 800. Blue chips and the carbon fiber, as well as the regular qualities. Got those. 1,500. And those we have to gamble away for quality. We have those. Guess we're doing 1,500 then. So the useless stuff is the rare stuff. We're not going to be using it. Neither are we using this. We are using these. There's one more thing, I forget what it was. Blue chips. These. Okay, blue chips and lithium. Okay, we have the blue chips. and 3000 lithium. If we have that, we can already start produce the normal quantum things anyway. 3000 lithium. Okay, we got that. That means maybe when we come back, we can switch over. We're not will be doing this. So that's our mistake. That's my mistake. Let's try to conserve the fluid. Okay, that did conserve the fluid. Nice. So we want to do this. That's my mistake. But for now, we're gonna do this actually. Because we have it. And we want to match that with some uncommon stuff later on. Alright. Start common quantum processors. That's alright, okay, so it's still alright because we will be consuming these resources while we wait for the second trip where we pick up the uncommon stuff. So I think we still are okay. I just right click half, right click, left click, the other half. That should be exactly alright. We do not want quality here, we just straight up want the quantum processors. Oh, it fills these tanks through the machine, surprisingly. Alright, so that can work. Quantum processors are being made, heck yeah. Step 1. Step 2 is make another flight, collect the rest of the stuff. We'll get out of here again. The other ship is gonna stay around for a bit longer. No, I want I need the common ones to make the common fusion reactor. Alright, so again, we should not have a lot of fuel. Let's just go back to Gleba, I suppose, first. Alright, so we no longer want this. Do we like top it up to 2000? No. Bringing this was a mistake in general. We could bring another 500 to match this. So it means 500 discs. We got this, we got this. We would need another 500 blue chips. From Norvis, I suppose. We no longer need those. We have those. We don't need those in general. That was the mistake. We already brought over the 8000 uncommon superconductors, so we just need this. We need to pick up 1200 more and 1500, which we don't have yet for the fusion reactor itself. How close are we to winning the game? Pretty close in the grand scheme of things, but it will not happen today. I predict it will happen tomorrow. If you just want to tune in for the victory, it's probably going to be tomorrow around this time in the day, whatever time zone it is. I'm just happy science is still going. Nothing has broken so far. We're down 500,000 lithium brine. This should be pretty close to minimum. What should these values be anyway? It should go down to 288 and 84. If it works the same as oil, that should be the minimum yield. We are now down to 486. We started at 1441. So we're pretty close to minimum. But minimum still should be enough. This should go down to 84. But we started mining it much later. And oil is probably going to take a long time to get down. Because we're hardly using any. Because we're not doing it the intended way of using rocket fuel for the heat network and power. We're shipping in nuclear fuel cells, 200 per flight per hour. 150 or something in that order of magnitude. Shopping list, yeah, the shopping list is now in here. We don't need those. Wait, do I... How many of those did I bring? 1500, right? So if I want to use these 500, I need to bring 500 more. All of the other stuff, which includes superconductors. We can do that. I should have probably restarted this over here. I don't know. Oh, it's still going. That's a slow process, man. Oh yeah, this is full. That's pretty full as well. So at least the rare lithium thing paid off. Alright, so actually want to bring 1700. So this we have. So these are the amounts we want to bring. First stop is Gleba. Second stop is